Annual Forum 2024. I already feel the excitement in the room, from the consultations to the photographs that we were sharing here a little earlier on. Everyone is in such a great mood. We are all energized, aren't we? Aren't we all energized? And so that's the kind of energy that we love to see on the final day of such an important forum. And so as we dive into today's agenda, distinguished guests, we'll start off with a special session on ITC's support to BSQs and their contribution to sector development. That is what we had planned to have if you look at our program. But here is the thing, because we are tweaking the program and building it as we go, may I ask that we instead have a situational analysis on the cluster situation in Alpi regions, and that session is going to be handled by Alpi's Chirayo Michael, before I come back to introduce the panelists that we will be having in this important session. So may I invite Chirayo Michael, my brother from the beautiful country of Uganda, to talk to us about and give us an executive summary of that situational analysis. May I hand over the mic to you, my brother? Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, MC, Executive Director, distinguished guests, protocols observed. Good morning. As he mentioned, I'm going to take us through the situation analysis of clusters in Alpi region. And I beg to leave the stage. I go to handle it on my laptop. It couldn't allow us to shift it here. We have been trying it, so allow me to sit and operate the laptop from off the stage. Thank you. So the heading is strengthening the private sector, labor associations and SMEs clusters, but we are looking at SMEs cluster organization situation analysis in Alpi region, and our outline is going to have very short presentation on the introduction of the survey, the objectives, the method, results, and then we conclude. The study was informed by the requirement of the limited information which we had, and we had a workshop which requested that we should have a situation analysis done. And the objectives were basically to make diagnostic study on the status of clusters in Alpi, basically to identify the current and future challenges clusters face. And the method was through online questionnaire, which was administered to 10 member states, but 7 out of 10 member states, by the time we did the analysis, had submitted the results, and the results were analyzed using SPSS. And one of the part of the results, including the 7 countries, We are sorry the 3 countries had not submitted, but doesn't mean we are going to omit these countries. When the results come, we'll make sure that these countries are included. This is Zimbabwe, Malawi, Burundi, Uganda, Rwanda, Sudan, and Zambia. These ably submitted by the time we analyzed. The countries we are going to incorporate is Kenya, Ethiopia, and Eritrea to complete the list of 10 member states. And as per the 7, the status is Zimbabwe was represented by Bulawayo cluster, which was formed 5 years and plus ago. And at the start, they had 12 members, but now currently it is serving 170 SMEs, and it is registered. And Malawi was represented by Kabula Leather and Leather Products Cluster, which started as with 11 SMEs 2 years ago, and as we speak now, it has 31 SMEs, but they are in the plan of actually acquiring registration. Burundi, which is the youngest, is Kamenge Ngonzi Nimali cluster, and it is just 1 year, and it was formed with 12 SMEs, and they are still 12, and it is also in a plan of registering. At the moment, is not registered. Uganda was represented by Kampala Leather Cluster, which was formed 2 years ago, and started with 5 members, but as we speak now, it has garnered 32 SMEs, and plans also to register underway. And actually, the chairperson is here, and he told me that maybe by next week they are going to receive their certificate. Rwanda was represented by Kigali Leather Cluster, and it was also formed in the last 2 years, and it started with 30 SMEs, but now it has 324 SMEs, and it is also in the plans of completing its registration. Sudan was represented by White Nile Cluster, which is among the oldest clusters also, but because of the effects which happened, they are at 100 and 170, and also not fully registered. Then lastly, on Zambia, Zambia was represented by an association, but we expect to get results from Chingola cluster, and the association has 9 members, and at current they are saying they have 6 members and is registered. The reason why these results are happening are related with the governance structure of these clusters. I'm sorry the graph is not clear, but I will do the explanation. On the right, you will see a bar which is actually the first one. That bar represents how open the clusters are to SMEs. They operate using an open membership. With the reason why, like Uganda and Rwanda, in the last 2 years have actually increased more than 100%, meaning that they are still allowing and they are open to members, and they also frequently meet, meaning that some every month they have a meeting, and others every quarter they have a meeting, as it is depicted, and they reach their consensus by either voting or agreeing within their quarterly or monthly meetings, which is a plus and the way how they can progress. Concerning how they get their money, how they increase their basket, they do that majorly through membership fees and through membership joint saving. And plowing is the last aspect we see there, they only majorly use membership fees and membership joint ventures. The second to that, there is some government grants, donations also, and sponsorships, and also loans, and which we would expect to be the greatest contributor to development, but it is at 11%, meaning loans are not the major source of funding for the clusters. In as far as market access is concerned, they majorly access market through trade fairs and facilitation to export through government. And they face a number of challenges. And one of the challenges which is haunting them is basically lack of funding, regulatory constraints, and high tariffs, as they are reflected in that pie chart. On what they do, what they share, unfortunately, the graph is brighter there. They share more on machinery and equipment, which are highlighted by yellow on the left. And second to that, they also share on ideas, and they also share on office space, but little they share on warehousing. Warehousing is the smallest, is at 6%. And the effectiveness of sharing is that majority of them even don't know what they share. This gray area means they actually don't know whether they share or not. They are neutral. And 12% is also talking about that they are very effective in their sharing. And on the effectiveness, on the sharing, 25% are saying yes. So it is 50-50 on whether they understand, on whether they share or not. On future strategic, which is the last slide, majority of SMEs are looking at the future projections on improving sustainability and environmental practices, expand market access, increase membership, improve access to finance for SMEs, and foster innovation and technology adoption. But the biggest risk they look at is lack of funding, market volatility, technological disruption, and regulatory changes, and internal government issues. And in conclusion, from this study, the support for SMEs and the clusters is needed to make them expand the base, because most of the price are on the base, and also enter the domestic, national, regional markets and the global market, especially against the challenges they reported. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Chirao Michael. Chirao is an expert from Altai, and thank you very much for walking us through that situation analysis on the Altai regions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, students, before I introduce the session panel, the IT team, the M&E team, because through those two slides of survey on the financial access, it's a survey on the financial access, and we will be guided through that short, quick process by very able Mr. Alechu Sinte. Over to you, Alechu Sinte, for this process.
Good morning. Thank you, MC, for this chance. Just two presentations. The exercise we have done the last maybe 5 months on the financial access related issues. which has been a hot issue in this venue, maybe the first day. Just to show you the response rate of the countries. You can see we had like about 11 countries, including Swatini. And these were the responses that we received for that exercise. This is a demonstration also that the responsiveness of countries in terms of the exercises, the surveys that we are working on. And a total of about maybe 1,120 SMEs have responded for this survey. And not going to through all the results, but this is the total financial demand that we have recorded in terms of the total financial demand, which is 47.5 million. That's the total for this 1,000 SMEs. But this might not reflect the real demand because there is a limitation in terms of the response of the SMEs. But when we see the average enterprise demand, it is like around 50,875 US dollar. And the tenure, the loan period, the average loan period for this is like 5 years. And also the average interest rate for the demand is 6%. These are just a demonstration from the surveys that we have conducted for the last 5 months. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause there. Mr. Anachi Center for sharing with us those response rates from 11 countries. And of course, you painted a global picture for us. We appreciate that. You did that in the interest of distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to invite the following delegates to come and join us here in front for our next session, which is the 8th session, but the first of today's morning, last day of the forum. The title is Strengthening the Private Sector Labor Associations and SME Clusters. Let me start with Mr. Andreas Antoni, who is supposed to deliver a presentation on ITC's support to DSOs and the contribution to the sector development. He will be joining us as a distinguished panelist. He's online. Stand by. May I also take this opportunity to invite the panel chair, Professor Tesfaye Haile, come and join us here. May I ask that you join us here on the podium. Let's give a round of applause as he walks to take his seat on the podium. And a big round of applause. We must celebrate our professors. May I also take this opportunity, and I will ask the IT team to sort of switch off the light for just a moment. I know the future for the African leather is very bright, but for this purposes, can we just have that that lighting? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Next, I will take this opportunity to invite Ms. Winket Muthini, Senior Program Manager from PSCCI. She also joins us virtually. So the IT team is coordinating that very, very well. I will also take this opportunity to invite Mr. Yoram Akihamizi. She's the chairman of Pamoja Leather Association from the great country of Uganda. A round of applause as he joins us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Diana Ntamu, the Director, Center for Entrepreneurship, Kerala Business School. A round of applause to Daktari. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Fungai Amba. That's the coordinator of Bulawayo, the cluster. In the great country of Zimbabwe. A round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for joining us on this set. Next is Mr. Nantu Owen Gerald, as the chairman, Kampala Leather Cluster from Uganda as well. A round of applause to the good gentleman. May I take this opportunity also to invite Ms. Jermaine Mukashiaka from Kigali Leather Cluster to join the esteemed panelists. A round of applause for her. Mr. Basim Lofty, the Managing Director of Lofty Industries, is joining us virtually, and very able IT team has that corner covered extremely well. John Bosco Kalisa, Director Partnerships and Engagements from the Pan-African Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. A round of applause for Mr. Kalisa. And so, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my distinguished honor to hand over the microphone, we call it Sauti, to the chair of this panel, Professor Ifsai Haile. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I think time is very important for our discussions. Yesterday, we were supposed to present it in the evening, and I was thinking that the number of people are a bit tired, you know, at the end of the day, it's not the appropriate time for us to discuss. But I am so lucky. Like perhaps the program has been adjusted, I think in the interest of art. I am coming from a country which is the second youngest country in Africa. Guess what? Which country is it? I leave it to you, all right? So coming later, the history means, is it an advantage? Yes, it's an advantage when we start to learn lessons from others, right? So I'm here just to learn a lot from all these powerful people who have a lot to say. We're talking about Africa, and Africa should be great. We can only make it great if you work together, right? Okay, and then another issue, question, is that we're talking about external markets. Yeah. So the time I say is important for us, and the external markets are there. My sister Diana from Zambia was mentioning last time that the number of students in Zambia are around 6 million out of 23 million, if I am correct. I may be correct with this time. Just a quarter of the population is a student population. Now I extrapolate it to the one that is given if Africa has 1.4 billion population, equal to China, to India. Then extrapolate the 6 million of Zambia will be equal to 365 million in Africa, which means if a student is getting just one pair of shoes a year, remember the market we have enough. So the market is there. The only issue is that we have to work towards that. Instead of looking at an issue that because a foreigner or in Europe, they say that there is some mistake because chemicals are with them. And then if you are slaughtering a cow or a hen in inhuman way, is the culture of denying our resource, then let's take these challenges as good challenges, because challenges will help us to develop. They are good challenges for us, isn't it? So that's the issue. So finally, if we talk about that, then if an animal is treated inhumanly when you kill it, how about the human beings being killed inhumanly today, isn't it? So remember, so people can give scapegoats like that. So this is what I want to say. Basically, I'm very happy that among the powerful people here, I would like to bring the timing is 1 and 45 minutes is the time given to us. And then Albert Einstein says, what is time to you? When they ask him, well, time is relative. How do you mean? Well, if you are near your girlfriend, 1 hour is equal to 1 minute. And if you are near a burning fire, 1 minute is equal to 1 hour. That is the relationship that we're talking about, right? So normally the timing for us is appropriate. The kind of people who have are great. And therefore, when you talk about all these things, I was so empowered by Mr. Michael Cry also to give us a background about our staff here. He was mentioning, I heard it very carefully about the two. First one mentioned that we had about 179 SMPs as a beginning. Now we have 745. If my mathematics is correct, of course, I was trained to be in mathematical issues. That's why I'm talking about the figures. What does it mean? Well, the growth rate is 4 times. From 179, we grew to 745, which is about 4 times growth. It's a good trend that the fact shows us that way. With the financial issue, which is at stake, everyone talks about finance. And we're mentioning that finance is available. The only thing is how they access it. They have the technical feasibility study. They have the financial feasibility study. Is it appropriate? Do you know what the bank's behavior? What do they want from us? Do we have the expert they have? So we have the SFCs now. If we are bringing them together as cluster, then one expert can help a lot of people like that. So it's a way of organizing ourselves, and therefore the issue of SMC and the population is say $50,000 per firm is what my friend Aulacho stated, right? Am I right? 50,000 is the average requirement.
Yes, 50,000 is the average requirement, Professor.
Requirement, yeah.
And may I ask, with your permission, that we also have Mrs. Munema Musakanya to join this very powerful session, because we feel that if she comes on board, then we are going to get a lot more in terms of value. So thank you. A round of applause for Mrs. Munema Musakanya. I thank you for your patience, Madam Mugel. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. So back to the first thing, then we have to appreciate ourselves. This is what I would say. Normally, Africa has to appreciate itself in good intent, in good. I've been part and parcel of the African facilitation team in Africa. We always said, what's Africa? Africa is resourceful. It has a lot. And then I was mentioning that, Nicholas was mentioning that the potential is huge, but the potential has to be realized. We cannot keep on saying they are rich. We will be rich in the future, but let's do it together. We have to walk the talk is the issue here. So the appreciation, I will start with Alpi for designing the questionnaire for me at least. They do serve as a lot to frame the questions appropriate so that it stimulates discussions among. Don't they deserve appreciation to this paper? That's the first thing. Then I take you, then I will not take much time on the issue. And then one story Solomon was raising last time on the way that we are skinning. There are different ways of skinning a goat, we said, in Africa, isn't it? But the skill of people, the farmer, the pastoralist, all this, how do they do it? If you talk about the whole traceability, and if you are making a mistake right at the beginning, the knife cut he was talking about, then the whole process is wrong, isn't it? Garbage in, garbage out would be the result, isn't it? And therefore, the care has to be started right at the pastoral level, as a farmer's level in this case. I was in a research area and, you know, and then Sam was mentioning yesterday about do we respect our values, our traditions, our culture, our African culture. A famous I shared with my team in Africa was, I happened to visit as a farmer because our government at that time was thinking that the farmers, there is a need of vaccination, there is a need of taking care of the livestock. As we say, Africa is 1/4 or 25 million, 1/4 of the stock of population in Africa is there, but the income that we get is very less. So we were given an assignment to check with the farmer how many cattle heads they have. So there are others coming from other culture. I said, I was resisting. If you ask how many cows do you have to the farmer in Africa or to the pastoralist, Would you get the answer correctly? Would they tell you straight away? Why? Yes? Afraid of what? Taxation, you mean? Other things? Think of, yes, Dr. Noor. Exactly. Thank you very much. Give you a hand for that. Now, the question was, I was resisting among the people who said, no, our brothers and sisters, if you go to the guide, the questionnaire says, how many cattle heads do you have? I said, this is not the right question for our people. Why not? It should be straight, exactly as he said. No, it's not straight for them. They are cultural based. They will never, ever tell you the answer. Oh, finally, we agreed that let's put it as a pilot. Okay, then I was the one who was leading the questions. There were translators, people interpreting what I said. They said, Mr. Umar, how many cattle heads do you have? They told me ahead of time that I said one of the richest people around there. And then he looked at me, frowning at me, like saying that, what? How many cows? He said, yes, 20. Okay, 20. And then how about Mr. Suleiman? The next person was there. And now Suleiman gives me the answer. If Umar's cows are 20, mine are 15. So it means the questioner is wrong, isn't it? That's why I say we prove it. So let me do my own culture. I had to follow the man, going to his house, drinking milk with him, looking at him, sitting with him, and he said, why did he ask that question? So I tried to explain, our government wants us to help our farmers. The bones are for soap making, the leather is for all leather processing, we have it. The meat we eat, we are omnivorous, carnivorous, everyone is a human being. And so every part of the whole animal that they are taking care of is important for our economy. That is the reason. And then he said, then we have to take care of their health. You mean health? Yes. Okay, that's okay. So we change the question to what? How many cattle do you have for vaccine? Do you like your animals to be vaccinated? Was the first question. Yes. How many of them? Umar's cows were 200. That is the story I tell you. So that's why then I'm recapping from Sam's issue yesterday. Remember that. Okay. That is the story. When we share it here in Africa, we have the Pan-African facilitation team throughout Africa. 300 countries were together in Joburg, and we're discussing about everyone reported that the same culture is. Now, taxation is the second one, right? The first thing is the culture. Because it's a taboo. I don't need to tell the number of cows or cattle I have. Kind of, do you know that? Then if you know and address that, then training them, bringing them to the right area, and benefiting makes sense is the way I would say in this case. Okay, so back to our business. Sorry, I might have taken more time. I will start with my groups. I'm very, very lucky among these powerful people, and then we will give also answers that is very open. It is a critical area where we have, it says, as a moderator said, it is about enhancing the private sector, leisure associations and SMC cluster, the two things. How is our association working? Is it compatible to the needs of the people? How about the clusters? We saw the number is growing, fine. It may not be at the speed that we wanted it, but it's growing anyway. And then what would be the role of the institutions? Beyond the government, there are other institutions supporting experts are there. So the question is, we want to take the best practice from my colleagues. We just want you to take the best practices to improve organizational performance. The performance is of two things, as well as the advocacy and the service delivery. What can we do? And what is our best lesson? Let's not go to the negative ones, because Nicholas was mentioning, let's not point fingers at others. Rather, let's see about our complementarity. What can we do together? And therefore, let's focus on the positive thing. what is the best example or that we learn or the best practices? And my colleagues will share on this. So I will have to ask this question for all of us now. First one says that role of labor associations and SME clusters. That's the first thing. How do private sector labor association and SMC clusters contribute to the development of the labor value chain? The role, we're talking about the role, okay? Just a role. Mr. Bavilion studied about the geese, the bird's role. And we say that human beings, we have about 8 roles to play. Every one of us have it. And as this man say, he studied 30 years to study the birds. And the birds are the geese to fly from the north down to Cape Town. But they had a strategy. And they say that, what do we do? They study themselves. Finally, they created, if you look at the sky, there is a flying of the birds is in a V shape. You see, have you ever observed that? Are we good at observing our environment? That's where we start our appreciation of ourselves. Are we looking for the market or outside or inside? Is the issue here. And therefore, this man came out with 2 things. They said, team. Together, each one achieves more. The bird says, the team, the word team is together, all of us, each one achieves more. So the acronym becomes team. This is what they believe is that positively, they work together, they flew together, they created a V shape, and then in the process, the research finding is that the flying capacity of the bird increased by 71%. If a bird flies alone, let's say 1,000 meters per time, then together 1,710 meters. That is working together, synergy of people. This one, he proves that flying capacity has been improved. The second one, he said, everyone is a leader. It is not something given to individuals. Everyone is a leader, provides that we create an environment, right? So he says that the birds do not flow simply the ones that start doesn't finish the whole way. Let's say from the north, from the Atlantic to the Cape Town. Rather, what they do is one flies a certain kilometer and turns, gives space to the other. But they support it. If you look at that, and then that bird who was a leader at the beginning becomes a follower at the end. So in the process of leading and following, they achieved this 71% incremental rate. So the concept that we relate to ourselves is that we have to work together, that individually we are very strong, we have a lot to bring. And the point is that how do you harness or bring all these advantages that we have together to make a difference in Africa? That's what we say that about the value chain is. In the value chain, we have a lot to improve, but the end result must be impactful if we work together is the lesson we have from the birds here. So we'll have a better way of looking at that. We have institutions, we have the UNAU, we have ALPI, we have COMESA, ECOWAS, we have all these armed associations. But what do they do to change the life of the people is the issue, right? That's the issue. I just say it. So, my friends, any one of us can start. The first question is for all of us. The first question is, I will repeat, is saying, how do private sector labor associations, SMC cluster, contribute to the development of the labor value is one. What specific benefit do they offer to individual members is the other one. Can we share any one of us? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be part of this panel. I don't belong to an association, but in the business school at the Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Incubation Center in Makerere University, we have had the opportunity to work with entrepreneurs. We foster entrepreneurship, so we work with entrepreneurs from different sectors, who belong to associations. And to bring it to the leather sector, which I know in many of our countries is at the infant stage. I have heard the stories from different people here in this room. The entrepreneurs in the leather sector seem to be grappling with a number of issues: access to market, access to infrastructure, access to finance, ideas. So what I have seen happen is that the association gives the entrepreneur the opportunity to access information that they possibly would not have if they worked individually in their own, spaces. So the association, and I know that there are people here in this panel who run these associations, but I've seen that the association provides an opportunity for one to access information about opportunities. Most of the time when you work alone, you do not know who is training, who is providing what opportunity. And I've also seen that it is in the associations that there's been a lot of peer mentorship. I know that sometimes the entrepreneur is struggling with one thing or the other, but in the association, they find somebody who is better than them and they learn from them. Access to information, access to infrastructure, again, especially shared infrastructure, is one of those very important things that happen to entrepreneurs. And I say this as a researcher, as somebody who has worked with associations, but I know colleagues in this panel may have much more contextualized experiences. Thank you.
A round of applause. And Professor, as you plan to rope in the other delegates to also weigh in on this very important subject matter, may I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Ethiopian ambassador to Rwanda, Mesfin Abebe. Proceed, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name once again, Yoram Atamize, the chairperson, Pamoja Leather Association of Uganda. To add on to what Madam Dr. Diana has said, clusters and associations have a great role to play in the development of the leather sector in the different member countries. And one of the objectives that these clusters and associations should be looking forward to achieve is joint procurement. Because you well understand with me that most of these SMEs do not have enough capital base. And therefore, for that matter, they cannot be able to import things on their own. And those who can, they are a small fraction of the sector. So when they jointly come together in an association or a cluster, they are able to pool resources together and they are able to achieve that. And another role that these associations should be fostering is joint bidding. Because you understand with me that some processes and requirements for bidding, you find you need enough capital, you need enough manpower, you need capacity, like we are talking yesterday. But when you're alone, you may not achieve much. Like the chair said, under a team, you are able to jointly bid. Like I gave you an example yesterday, when I well understood that I, as a person, I cannot be able to take up the forces bid in case it is offered to me. I had to organize, I started organizing simple meetings with people who can be able to produce these security boots so that we come together. The moment the order is handed over to me, then I'm able to train others. We are able to execute it more than anyone else. I came to understand that some of the companies outside there, which are given these orders, they are not as big as we sometimes presume. They are small. At one time, I contacted one company in India, and they told me, we produce 20 pairs per day. And I'm like, but me, I produce 150. Then that means they're bigger than you. Now, you find that is the company that is getting this contract. That means we have the capacity. Let no one deceive us that we don't have capacity. We have the capacity, but the only thing we are lacking is organization, is to get to know our capacity and utilize it. I no longer entertain anyone who will discourage me that I don't have capacity. I know I have capacity. If I can produce 150 per day without an order, how about when I have an order? How about when I have other people? How about when I add in more machinery? How about when I bring other people around me? We can be able to get it. That is the power behind the associations and the clusters. Then again, within these clusters and associations, we are able to do joint trainings and capacity building amongst ourselves. If we cannot achieve that, then the association or the cluster may be useless to us at any point in time. And again, of course, within the same vein, we have, these clusters have got to do mentorship and coaching. Like yesterday on Monday when we arrived here, one of our colleagues contacted me and was like, hey, like we said, he doesn't have capacity. He told me, I'm expecting an order of 2,000 pairs of safety boots. I don't have the capacity to make them. I was like, do you have the designs already? He was like, no, but I want us to do it. I'm like, no, don't worry. I have the machinery, just close the deal. I will help you. I do for you the designing. You come, you make, and you supply. So that is part of the mentorship. At the end of the day, I will be helping this person. I will be helping this person to build his capacity. That wouldn't have been possible if we are not together in the cluster, not together in the association. So that is the power behind these associations and clusters. Then, of course, last but not least is the issue of formalization, because if the cluster does not help its members to formalize, to become recognizable in the different countries, then that cluster is useless. So it is a role we have to play to help our members to be able to formalize so that they can also begin to eat big with the big boys on the high table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Germaine Mukashaka from Kigali, the cluster. What I can add on about the role of association and the cluster is mostly to negotiate with the government on the burden about the leather value chain. So I take this opportunity to recognize and thank our chairperson, Mr. Kamairis Jean-Damon, who is our tough negotiator on the problem arising in the leather value chain in Rwanda. So he has done a lot because the leather sector in Rwanda had issues since 2010, where by the existing tunnel was closed, and all our highland skills was taken by the other EAC member states. So which means it was a loss for the country. Now through him, we are able at least to try and do something. So the first and important role of the association and the cluster is to see how can we promote our business? How can we negotiate with the regulator about the regulation which is not affecting our business? I submit.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, bonjour. Habari za asubuhi. I picked from the executive director, and I think what I've realized working with various regional organizations, currently I'm working with Pan-African Association of Small and Medium Industries. The association and clusters plays a very critical role
in terms of policy advocacy, in terms of engaging our government in various issues, in various regulations that are impacting the sector. And I think we were well positioned, and I want to thank, I was looking at the presentation, I want to thank the countries that are responding to the survey, because that's how we were able to address some of these issues. The doctor from Makerere mentioned about issues of information. I think information is very critical. Currently, as a continent, as a region, we are suffering from what we call information asymmetry. We are not sharing information. And I think one of the critical role our association and cluster must play is to share information, share opportunities. And I was looking at the numbers, the leather sector in Africa. Generally, the way we are described, we are complementing China and India. We are not competing. So we need to change that narrative to be competitive. How do we strengthen our association to be competitive? Competition is very critical and is very important. Generally, in our association and through the discussion, I highlighted two important aspects that we need to look into. One, low value addition. And the association have a critical role to play in terms of value addition. The second aspect is around low productivity. We have abundance labor, but we have not used it properly to enhance our productivity. So how do we boost our productivity? And I think those are very critical issues that the association and the cluster need to look deeply. How do we position the sector, our value chain, in terms of market access, in terms of technology, in terms of addressing the current issues related to standards and SPS measures, which are very critical for market access. And I think those are very, very critical aspects. But above all, I think the issue of communication and visibility is very important. The association and the clusters must play a critical role in terms of what our value proposition, what our products, how do we put our product in the market? And that brings again the point of competitiveness. How do we enhance the value chain in terms of competitiveness, in terms of market access, in terms of positioning the Africa? As I mentioned, I think in my previous presentation, among 10 value chains that were selected by African Union, leather and leather-related products is among what we call Made in Africa Revolution. So I think it is the right time now. We organize ourselves, we share the information, we work together and address various emerging issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Owen Jared from Kampala Cluster, and I don't differ much from what my colleagues have said. I actually would categorize the roles of clusters and associations into 5. Majorly, the first one is improving quality and standards of the products done by the members. Like we have the saying, I don't know in your language what you would be saying, that the child who doesn't move thinks the mother cooks best. So if everyone is operating from his cocoon, he thinks his products are good. But once we come together, once associations are made from different regions of the country or different regions, then you're able to compare and support members to adhere to international standards and compete globally. The second one would be enhanced capacity building. And here I would say we are always, even my fingers, they are not equal. One is short, one is tall, one is, and even in our operations, you find that some people started earlier, some have just come, some are stagnant. But then if you come together, you're able to transfer the technology from different members in the same association, or even comparing from other associations in the region, and you're able to at least build the capacity, like the chairman of the association was saying, that you help a member to grow to a height he was not. The third one is access, market access and linkages. Every time you come as an individual, it might be hard for you just to cross from Rwanda to Kenya. It will be hard for you because you're coming as Owen. But once we have these associations and clusters working together, the voice that is spoken is heavy. If you had some barriers, let's say at the border, you're able to present them as a group, as a cluster, as an association, and it is easy. Even the person on the other side can easily trust you because he thinks you're responsible. You are a group that has something to lose, so you can easily access the market. Second to last is policy advocacy and support. Who of us is strong enough to put government to task to change anything as an individual? You can put your hand. I don't know how big you could be, but once we stepped out right now, even if we just, all of us said hallelujah, TV and radio stations will come to find out why are these people saying hallelujah. There are many. Why? If you are alone, your voice will not be heard. But if you're many, you'll brainstorm on ideas, you'll bring challenges which are affecting you, and then you can contact people who are at strategic level to see how you can change some of the policies to favor the manufacturers and the people in the association. The last one is on cluster development themselves. When actually what I've understood as clusters is a major collaboration. You see, if you don't come together, it is hard to know who has a comparative advantage in what. I could be good in designing, but I'm not good at lasting, let's say, in shoemaking. I'm not good, I don't have machines. But once we form these clusters and associations, we are able to collaborate and know where each one has a strength, and business moves and flows very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think everything else has been said. I'll focus on the other things that have not been said. The clusters and SMEs have got the capacity to actually influence and strengthen the whole value chain. How is this done? We are bringing together SMEs and creating a critical mass. That is our horizontal integration. This is amongst us as SMEs. Then, because of the challenges that we are facing, we need other stakeholders. So that's where we are then going to do our vertical integration, where we are going to look at suppliers of materials, integrate them into clusters. We are looking at our tanneries, integrate them into clusters. We are looking at our retailers and integrate them into clusters. So we have all been talking about finance. At times, it's about just creating relationships. At times, you just don't need to produce cash to have materials delivered to your factory. It's about relationships, where your material supplier is aware of the order that you have and the value that's going to come to that order, and how much they are going to benefit out of that. So this is the integration that the clusters and SMEs can exercise. But I'm also looking at issues to do with gender issues. We have gone to that level where we are deliberately recruiting women into our clusters, especially young women and youths. Why we are doing that? The next players are not going to be us. If we start as us and end with us, then the value chain will not exist in the next 5 to 10 years. So it is also the responsibility of the clusters to make sure that they create the future for the value chain. It is very important. Somebody talked about competitiveness. Competitiveness is a very big word, but it is made up of so many components. One component of competitiveness is the knowledge of how to make a product, the processes of making a product, materials, technology, understanding your materials. That's competitiveness. The other one is to do with the soft skills that are associated with running businesses. This is where our academia, we've got a doctor here from University of Makerere. This is where our academia comes in to deal with the factor of the soft skills. Most of our SMEs who are in clusters now were the general workers in the factories, or they just got a skill from another person, but they are not business people. I've always talked about knowing how to make a shoe does not make you a business person. But having the soft skills that make it possible for you to understand how to run a business make you a business person. That's one component. The other component is knowing how to network. Networking is, at times you bring, I usually call it bringing together unique components. That if someone who does not have an appreciation of what you're trying to do, see you bringing together these stakeholders, they will be surprised. Why is he talking to a non-governmental organization? What has it to do with making shoes? But we have done that as a cluster. We have managed to convince non-governmental organizations that were distributing food to recruit youths for training. Yes. So when you have an association or a leather cluster, it must become the center of excellence for the establishment of sub-clusters that will feed into what you are doing as the main cluster. This is the networking part that I'm talking about. So we have talked about the networking of the members within the cluster. You need to demystify the deliverables of the cluster. What has the cluster do with me when I'm making my shoes under a tree? We are talking about leadership now. Leadership must take people from point A to point B, where point B is a better place. But all of these things, you need to have a strategy. A national strategy. We can talk about all these things, but if there is not a strategy and an implementation matrix, where we look at the components that we want to implement and give timelines. So this is what clusters do. Clusters give life to associations. They give life backwards and forward and horizontally. That's what clusters do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. My able colleagues have spoken about almost everything that we can speak about in terms of the role of the clusters. So I'll just come in with a brief contribution. Fundamentally, clusters and associations in particular are very important because we are the ones who bridge the gap between the policymakers and the SMEs. So we are the ones who understand how the SMEs operate, how they play within their sector, and we also understand the policymakers, the government, and all the other stakeholders. So yesterday and the other day, for instance, we were told how finances are available for our SMEs and all the other players. But for us who understand our SMEs, we can see the disconnect between the finances that are available and the capacities of our SMEs and what they actually need. So clusters are just, and associations are key stakeholders who should be consulted and present whenever policies and other decisions are being made so that we can inform you exactly what is on the ground, because we play in that area and we understand that area quite well. Thank you.
I would like to hear from you any compliment or additional comments on the role of the SMCs and the associations. Can you give, yeah. Give the mic, please. Solomon. Welcome.
And even as you introduce the panels, the audience to participate, I know that you will also remember to invite our delegates who are online in the virtual space. So give the mic to distinguished delegate.
So thank you so much. I think it was wise that this panel was moved to this morning because of the importance of clusters. I think you did well, because probably last night our sugar levels were very down and probably would not have been very active. Like, will be only two issues I want to contribute to about maybe the roles of cluster. And I think one has been ably been issues of subcontracting. The support you give to an SME on design, that is already horizontal subcontracting. And I have seen it even in the textile. Okay, for leather, you could see an SME who is good in doing uppers than the other. So you are able to do that subcontracting at that level. So it fosters subcontracting, which is one way of also promoting issues of quality and whatever. It has also worked very well in textile. In my country, there are clusters who are doing uniforms, and you'll find one is not able to do the pocket, all the collar. So you'll just roll it over to the other. So, and that is very critical, whatever. The other one is when we have very strong clusters. And yesterday and the other day, we were talking about issues of access to finance. They can turn themselves into savings and credit cooperative or SACCOs, the so-called SACCOs. In my country, we have seen clusters, not necessarily in leather, which have formed very strong savings and credit cooperative organization, SACCOs. We call them SACCOs. I believe it is the same name that is used across the board. So it also solves that issue of access to credit, access to finance, because within themselves, they are able to save and give out loans like the normal SACCO. So it is a very critical role for very strong organization. Thank you. That's my contribution.
And then we hear online presentation for participation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and the moderator. I would like to add the point on, I think the clusters and associations, you can do the job of self-regulation through your constitutions, your guidelines. You can mirror what the government has come up with, for example, relating to standards and other aspects, and you do your self-regulation before government comes in, and you comply on top of as you share information and trainings and capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Solomon is my name, from Kamu Leather Industry, Uganda. I want to add about like association structure. As my colleague said, associations are mainly for advocating of the policy and the joint procurement, whatever they mention, it is there. But how association is structured? Because I have been passing through the association as a general secretary, as a board member, and a board chairperson. So when we have seen the benchmarking of association in Europe or wherever, association must be strong even financially at their structure. So whatever the member fee, the best association in the world covers the budget only 30%. of the budget, because association must have its own expertise support. Because like a school shoe project must be run by the association. Why? They can create collaboration and distribute the work, as Joram said. We can control quality. Even we can manage the production cost. So association must have a financial support. How? Association can create its own income. So we need to have a strategic leadership on association. That strategic leadership creates how we can run that association in even working with the cluster. How? So we need a restructure association. I know ALPI is a partner for sectoral association, all in many activities, like Ethiopian Leather Industry Association, have its own share company as for a joint procurement activities. And also there is income by renting a place for creating for his own SME or companies for a sales place. He can work with the government with managing different projects together. So there is a lot of things we can create income, like All African Leather Fair is organized and led by ILIA. That's another instrument for income. So whatever we plan to make the association a real association and supporting, we need to have a finance. Thank you.
May I ask, Prof, that we prepare the delegate, Managing Director, Lofty Industries, Mr. Basef Lofty, to also join us online to weigh in on this very important subject. If the virtual team is ready, can we have one contribution from the virtual? Okay, I'll hand it over to the IT team and ask them to proceed. Hello, we can hear you. Proceed.
Yes, thank you for having me. I wish I was there with you today, but unfortunately, we had the opening, several openings in our shoe industry, so I wasn't able to come. But I wanted to highlight some point that there are certain objectives and social aspects for any cluster, which are the creation of additional high-performance workplaces, increasing the share of value add of the product, rather than exporting leathers, attraction of foreign investment and technology, reducing the number of imported footwear and leather goods, the growth of the local economy, the increase of high quality footwear and leather goods exports, and expansions have a big role in the clusters. As one of my colleagues had said, associations should have financial capability to support these clusters, because associations are the ones who should take care of the whole supply chain of leather products. Also, associations, the most important factor in any cluster is the technology center. And it has to be highlighted. Technology center is very important to any cluster to succeed. Without a technology center, no cluster will improve further. The technology center will support every workshop or factory with the didactic training, practical training, facility support. It should have a laboratory complex. Should help local manufacturer with marketing, supply chain, to how they produce, the production plan, the technical product flow, the engineering and the quality control of each product, the design, the gutting, the sewing. The most important aspect that any, or factor that any association should support in each country is the technical center in a cluster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basim. Can we have Andreas Antoni from ITC also weighing in? Andreas Antoni, it's now your time.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. It's been, I don't know if it's possible to share the screen or we just talk directly on the on the role of business support institutions. I've asked. Okay. Is it possible to share screen or no?
Just proceed as we work on the screen. Just proceed with your
Okay, well,
contribution.
thanks a lot. And I think that a lot has been said about the role of business support organization and association for the value chain development. It is with Markup 2 project financed by the EU, we are currently trying to understand what is the current ecosystem. A lot has been discussed about the ecosystem and how it is important to actually not looking only at individual organization, but also to look at how they work in an ecosystem, right? With the work of ITC, at the moment we actually trying to understand the role of individual organization and look at also the cluster perspective. When we look at business support organization, and a lot has been said about the role of business support organization and under the several aspects, we look at different types of operational managerial capacity. Those organizations, in order to work effectively and efficiently, needs to have a good leadership, a good governance, a good mandate, a good vision. They need to handle and have access to resources and handle them appropriately. They need to have a good level of product and services, and they need to measure the result appropriately. A recent study that we have conducted in ITC actually shows that $1 invested in a trade promotion and business support organization generates $87 of additional export and up to 384 increase on GDP. However, those results can only be achieved if those organizations are working properly, and they have the good structure, the good governance, the good way of designing services and measuring their results. With ITC, we have the experience that ranging in over 159 countries, and we have supported over 800 organizations and associations around the world, directly, and many thousand indirectly in cluster groups. So what we bring to the table is really the expertise of good practices, and is the benchmarking aspect that the previous speakers were talking about, because it is important to see what good practice looks like, right? It is important to see how those organizations are working under the technical perspective, but also the very important element of sustainability, also the very important of digital maturity of each organization. So what we are planning to do, and where we already start doing also with our colleague Gitao that is there with you today, is to have like a census of those organizations, because it's easy to say we have a number of organizations that are all the different players. I have heard many times a lot the different players, but who are those different players and in which capacity they operate in the ecosystem? That's the question that we're trying to answer. As I said earlier, we try to look at those organizations at the individual level, but also at cluster perspective. This will be the first step. The second step will be the planning to strengthen those organizations thanks to the role of LP as a facilitator of the network, and also to see how those key area of performance can be improved. This is what we are going to deploy under the Markup 2 project, and I'm very happy that this forum is taking place, because I saw that one of the first objectives that this forum has is really to help the Leather Product Institute to revise its corporate strategy and to see how they can help as an organization at regional level, also association at national level. So it's very important that this role of HALPI is strengthened, and that HALPI can really animate this network of association. I'll stop there, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Expertise of good practice that is tweetable. May I now invite Winket Muthini, who is also virtually Senior Program Manager at PSCCI, to also weigh in and make a contribution. Over to you, Winket.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me. So this is Winkit Mathini with the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We represent the National Chambers of Commerce and Industry across Africa. But on my part, I would be merely complementing what has already been addressed by the different speakers across the board with some of the tools that we are currently working on that are not only applicable in chambers, but also with associations. So one of the platforms that we are looking in is the Chamber Model Innovation, which is also a playbook that can be used in associations as a way to have informative and also creative ways to look around the services that are being offered. Some of the challenges that were being raised is around most chambers and associations tend to look at membership as one of the ways for them to finance, as well as events. So with the Chamber Model Innovation, which we are currently working with TradeSmart, and I'm happy to see that Mr. John Bosco Kalisa is there as well. We are currently piloting that in different countries to see how that can also be scaled up. On matters of gender, we also have a gender equality seal that looks at 7 dimensions, which we are also incorporating for associations. And these are aspects that can be added on matters of governance, which is usually looked at when we come into financing or looking for funding from different partners. So the gender equality seal that we developed together with the UNDP tends to create an environment that is enabling, especially for women and youth, for them to be able to also effectively contribute towards the associations and also the policies that have been developed. We do also have the Africa Trade Observatory, which is now, which recently just announced that they have made the segment on monitor tool with around 14 indicators that can help with market shares, market penetration, diversification on different sectors and subsectors, including that of leather. This will be useful to associations to be able to look at the current markets within Africa, and so creating what we'd call data-backed B2Bs. And this tool has been developed with ITC in relation with the African Union, financed by the EU, and it has different aspects of it, not just only the monitor tool, but also you can look specifically to your HS codes and explore different markets within the continent. And then last but not least, we're also looking at the Made by Africa campaign, which is also a document that had been produced by ITC on how to position products within Africa for intra-African trade, but also looking at each of the sectors. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? And how do we also strengthen the capacity for policy research within the associations based on these sectors in order to bring these PPDs closer? And this point I've also had being spoken about by the different speakers on how to go about that. So at PASI we have already started developing policy pointers, currently focusing around the EUDR as one of the policy aspects that are going to be affecting most value chains, including that in the leather sector. So we've put out like an open call to different associations and chambers involved so as to see how we can have a concrete policy paper to present to different governments as well as to the EU, bearing in mind some of the stringent requirements that are being brought up. And last but not least, in our partnership with ARSO, the Association for Standards of Africa, we are looking at designing a program that would embed trainings around the standards being developed, as well as this is not just only to ARSO, but also to our different stakeholder partners, because we realize that there's a lot of capacity development being done by different parties, but it is not necessarily centered in a way that you would be able to track the progress of the businesses being impacted by this training. So we're advocating for having capacity development trainings across different bodies for different purposes, whether it's on matters of export, standards, traceability, to be embedded within the associations and chambers in such a way that they can be able to provide these services to their members and be able to track their progress over a period of time. This paired in with the proposal of having even SACCOs being embedded together with the chambers of commerce can also be another way for addressing the issues that have been brought up by FDIs on how do they pipeline financing towards SMEs. So you can imagine if you have an association with a SACCO, this is also another way that they can also look into that. So there are different initiatives being put together in order to address most of the challenges and opportunities that are there for associations. It's just a matter of creating working groups where we have all the different programs being designed by different parties, for example, so with PASI, coming together to then agree on what would be or which of these programs are further ahead than the others, and to see how we can pull together the resources in order to have concrete programs and initiatives that we can be able to measure and monitor, such that we don't have, let's say, a segregated way of approaching some of these issues, but rather a way that is on a united front, which would also strengthen the overall associations and chambers networks when it comes to working together with the government. So those are just some of the points which I will also leave in the chat with the links. And thank you again to Alpi through Nicholas for the invitation. Over to you.
Thank you, Winkate. And of course, a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. And of course, as she mentions, that conversation is ongoing on the digital spaces. Before I bring it back to you, Professor, may I have a contribution from Mr. Mbaka, fondly referred to as Ireri, to also weigh in, then I hand over the mic to you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the chair. So I'll mirror my comments on what I've seen other associations be able to do, especially in manufacturing. So I think we've been discussing a number of challenges in our industry. And I think the associations need to zero on specific challenges that they could take and turn into programs. Yeah, sometimes you see in the manufacturing, like energy is a huge component. Like let's say that, like the Kenya Manufacturing Association, optimization of energy becomes a major driving where even innovations are built and at an industry level. So we've been discussing several challenges which come from like traceability, as been discussed here, the issues of waste, water management, and all these are areas to do with how industry innovations can be done from shared services and all that. So I think every country is unique, but there are some that are cross-cutting, because I'm thinking this could be at a country and also at a regional level. Then I think the other key area is industry competitiveness, because I think we're not working in a space that is isolated. The associations has a big role in thinking through what initiatives would be done for competitiveness purposes, for the industry to be competitive. And then the market creation, I think that's usually an area to look at, because we produce for a market. Yeah, is it local market? Is it international market? Which markets? And these markets require specific activities to be developed, which I think an individual manufacturer may not be able to do that unless they work together with them. And then the last, finance also has been discussed a lot as a challenge. And I think the associations need to be at the tables with either the DIs or the government or where the funds are, to structure funds that can flow to the sector. Yeah, because the funds need to be structured in a way that they are amenable to this specific sector. And the association could lead in structuring these funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Professor, so that you can get a round of applause. Another one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
very
that
much.
contribution. I will now hand back to Professor to get the final thoughts so that the distinguished delegates can get a breather.
Yeah, thank you for the audience for your immense contributions, as well as the virtual contribution. I think the circle has come full, that everyone has contributed a lot to this. And now we have a second round of questions which are very specific, but the general issue has been raised and touched upon. Perhaps I go to my colleagues specifically, to Jora for his studies on governance and leadership. Question is, how can labor associations strengthen the governance structure to better serve their members and advocate for the sector? Governance and leadership.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a very pertinent issue on the governance of the association. I think a colleague from Ethiopia has raised the important issue. When you look at the key role association play, one is to recruit members, membership recruitment and retention. And as you mentioned, you find that most of association, and let's be clear, only I think 30% can raise their revenue. And you find most of associations are going to donors, to government to look for the funds. And that compromises the function and the role of association. So as colleague Wincat mentioned, currently I've been looking at other countries. Currently we are using Dubai Chamber of Commerce in what they call chamber model innovation. Chamber model of innovation, they are looking into three components. How data-driven component, one, how do we really know our members in terms of data, what they are doing? Can we really enhance the data collection and communicate with that information? Then the second component is attracting and retention of qualified staff among the chambers. I think we all spoke that we have strategies, but who is going to implement the strategy? And you find that most of our chambers, and that is the governance, we tend to attract those low-paid staff. I think that compromises our competitiveness, it compromises our governance. And I think the value proposition we are coming up is that we must design services where we can exclude some members who are not paying. If you are not paying for services, you should not be supported. And I think that's the way we need to ensure that we enhance and strengthen our governance structures, especially in terms of our services, service-centered, membership-driven.
And on leadership qualities? We have a second question. The governance structure is there. And then the second is, what quality of leadership is needed to drive growth in this area? The leadership qualities, kind of quality do we have? Or do we need for that?
I think the captains of industry who are here, they know all the qualities. One is that they must be honest. They must be a high level of integrity. They must be probity in terms of accountability and transparency. What we are doing, and I think we even spoke about it when we are talking about sustainability, how do we share the information? And this is the whole issue about silos. How do we break silos? Someone cracked a joke. I said, African, we are good in sharing poverty, but we are not good in sharing opportunities. Yes, but and it is true. When someone gets an information about Afrexim Bank or about the funding, he will not talk to his friend. That this is the funding, can we apply it together? They don't. But when the funding has been exhausted, that's when he said there was a funding somewhere. So I think we must inculcate a culture of accountability, transparency, sharing information, and those are some of the qualities of leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Now I go to my sister, Dr. Diana, on capacity building and resource sharing. What capacity building initiatives are needed to enhance the skills and knowledge of members within the labor associations?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. I think from the different speakers since we started this forum, I have gathered that there is a lot of work to be done in capacity building for labor associations, because these associations bring together entrepreneurs from different walks of life. And I also understand from what the different speakers have shared and from my own experience seeing the players in Uganda, that these players are at different levels. You find those at the basic level, at the intermediate and mature level in their business. But what is also very clear, I want to share, is that anybody in this sector will need skills at 3 levels. One of the levels is the technical level. This is a sector that requires that you have the technical skill, you know what you're doing, you have the technical know-how. It's not enough that you have money and you can just invest into it. It is very critical that you understand the process. And I think there's been a lot of talk on the turning process, the processing, the production of the goods. We see a lot of products in this room, and I'm sure that all the entrepreneurs, I want to believe that everybody who brought a product knows how it actually got here. It's not that you simply sourced it from wherever. I also know people who simply collect from others and they pretend that they're producing. For you to succeed clearly in this sector, you need to have the technical skills. And I believe that we need to do a lot of work there. Because the question in this room is that why is it that a sector which has so much potential is not giving us what we want? We keep talking about how big the industry is, how the potential, and my brother JB has talked about the Made in Africa revolution. But if we do not have this technical skill to produce that which somebody will go to buy back in your country, we still have we still have things to do. So the technical skill is very important. There was a lot of talk about sustainable production techniques. How do we manage the environment? How do we adhere to the standards? So the technical area has to be paid attention to. Now, if you're going to be a successful person in the leather business, and I think my brother from Zimbabwe also talked about it, you need to have the entrepreneurial mind. It's not enough that you are the best guy or the lady who brings the best shoe on the market. You need to have the entrepreneurial mind, and that is where we come in as a business school. Our entrepreneurship center promotes entrepreneurship. But if we do not understand that entrepreneurship is about identification and exploitation of opportunity, we'll still continue to bring the shoes. But who is going to take those shoes? For whom are we producing those shoes? Do we understand them? These days, we talk about an increase in population on the African continent and around the globe. And certainly, there is going to be increased demand. In Uganda, I know that most people have a school. I know in Uganda, even people in government, you find a school, and this school has many kids who are going to this school. Okay? Now, have we seen that as an opportunity? Or are we simply producing because we have the technical skill? I can produce this shoe, this bag. Who is interested in what you're producing? The entrepreneurial mind. And that's where we talk about creativity and innovation. What are the new trends? What are the new designs? We have a session coming. But what is the design? What do the people want? Eh? Why do we have in Uganda, when you go downtown Kampala, you find Chinese shoes. And let me tell you, these shoes are cheap and they're not nice. But we have leather. Why can't people buy the leather shoes? Why? So we are saying the entrepreneurial mind is critical. So as we talk about the role of clusters and associations, can we give our people the entrepreneurial skills they need? You find somebody producing the same shoes. I know people who have produced, I know Jora is different. I've seen him change his line. Where we started is not where we are. He has kept on improving. But you find somebody who has been producing a sandal and that's all they do and there is nothing unique about it, and they're in the market and they're complaining. So we should not complain about the market, ladies and gentlemen. We need to understand what the market wants. We'll definitely make it in this sector. So the entrepreneurial mind, it's about risk-taking, it's about continuous opportunity identification, innovation, and being adaptive. Being very adaptive, changing, with what is changing in the market. And the other level I want to talk about is the business. The entrepreneur is different from the business, ladies and gentlemen. You might be an entrepreneur, but you cannot actually run an organization that you have helped to establish. So you need the finance knowledge, the knowledge in marketing, the knowledge in managing people. Most people who are really good entrepreneurs may not actually be very good at managing other people. They do not have patience. They can't tolerate certain people. So you need, as you know, in addition to the entrepreneurial mind, you need to have the skills to run an organization. Some businesses have not grown from the founder. They rotate around the individual. Decisions won't happen if that person is not there. We need to have in place a person or a business where we have an entrepreneur who understands business, the market. They'll look for opportunities. You talked about networking. It is critical. Then thereafter, you need to do the right thing in terms of bringing the product which has been manufactured properly, you know, with what the market wants. And then, of course, you want to grow your business. To me, the capacity building has to be done around that. Thank you.
To Mrs. Norma on access to finance and market. Two things. Access to finance, it shall be raised the number of times a year.
Yes.
How do we access finance and the market? The questions are two. How can labor association and cluster facilities access to finance to their members is number one. Number two is what role do associations play in improving market access for leather products, both regionally and internationally? That's the question.
Okay. All right. So access to finance has been extensively discussed, but allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to share what I think. I believe in creating our own success. I believe in creating our own success. What does this mean? It means that I think some members here have already mentioned that if we already have an association, we have a group of members who can save money and pull resources together. It does not mean that we do not have anything to start with. That is number one. We need to be able to start with ourselves. I believe in personal initiative. Okay? I do not believe in saying somebody should come and help me all the time. I know that government has a role to play. And this is what I've been telling entrepreneurs in Uganda. Government is not going to give us everything that we need. But in our own circumstances, what is it that we are able to do? So that the other player, the other person who is coming to assist us is able to start somewhere. So we need to start with ourselves. I told you about a study we conducted in Uganda and Nigeria about funding gaps for small and growing businesses. The leather businesses in the leather sector are small and growing businesses. They have potential to increase employment for skilled and semi-skilled people in our countries. Now, what we found in that study was that on the supply side, the financial institutions indicated they had money for financing. But the only problem came that their financing instruments, their credit rating and risk methodologies for these businesses were not matching. They were not understanding. For example, they will not understand the leather business. They will not understand it. They will simply look at somebody's revenue and they look at their business size. But they need to look at the individual and how they are, the record keeping, the financial management practices. So it is going to, access to finance is also going to depend on the entrepreneurs themselves. Are you prepared? Are you ready? We cannot keep saying we can't access finance. No. The people who have the money want you to have certain things in place, ready, so that you can actually access the money that is in place. But we're also saying they too need to be innovative enough to create instruments that will serve the needs of the business. So I'm really saying here that the access to finance debate is two-way. On the demand side, the entrepreneur should be prepared, they should be ready, and on the supply side, we need to persuade the players, the financial institutions and government that we are doing some good job, and therefore we need to be supported.
Thank you very much. As my able colleague has mentioned, this has been touched on severally, so I'll just briefly go through some of the things associations and clusters can do in helping their SMEs to access finance. Number one would be aggregating their financial needs and approaching financial institutions with a collective proposal or collective proposals, as this can even help to reduce the risk for the lenders. Secondly, we could build relationships with financial institutions. This would help these agencies to design tailored financial products for leather businesses. In terms of our SMEs, one of the key things we need to provide for them is financial literacy. This is very important, as well as just management skills, so that as they access these finances, they're able to manage them well, and they can settle their facilities. The fourth one would be facilitating access to grants and initiatives that support the leather industry. So like in Zambia, we have government initiatives. We have funds that have been set up, which promote sectors like the leather sector. So it would be our role to help our SMEs to be able to access these and to also lobby the governments so that they can particularly fund businesses in the leather sector. In terms of improving market access, we can create market linkages by organizing trade fairs, exhibitions, and buyer and seller meetings. Secondly, we can develop e-commerce platforms for our members. Thirdly, we advocate for trade policies. And lastly, the capacity building that we have been discussing for the members in terms of business formalization, compliance with regulatory bodies, and compliance with national and international standards. Thank you.
Very much. The next one is my right side, my friend here. Two questions for us here on collaboration and networking. As the first one, I asked his name yesterday. He said, "What does Tunjai mean?" He said, "Think." Let us think around that and say, what do you think about this collaboration and networking?
Thank you very much. It's how can clusters and associations foster collaboration among members to promote innovation and competitiveness. First of all, let me clarify the issue of associations and clusters. The association becomes our apex body, and clusters become a node in the association. We have had that confusion where we build very big clusters that then end up thinking they are the association. The association covers all the nodes in the value chain at a national level. So clusters are a node in the value chain. Thank you very much. Now, let me move on to the question. Here, the first thing is fostering collaboration among members. First of all, I would like to talk about members of the cluster. How do we foster collaboration among members of the cluster? When people, when we mobilize people to become members of a cluster, the second level is to profile their skills and their level of strategic thinking, so that we will be able to deploy our members. Because in a cluster environment, leadership is shared. There are no bosses in a cluster environment, but you have got an area where you are leading as a member of the cluster. Yes, we have got structures like your management committee, which executes resolutions that are made by the general members of the cluster. So we all share leadership according to our skill. So everybody in a cluster is a leader leading a certain portfolio in the cluster. Now, the next level is, when we have done that, we then need to coordinate the different skills that we have in the cluster. Because, you know, when we create portfolios, they do not self-execute. You've got a portfolio to deal with marketing, to deal with engineering, to deal with finance, to deal with... So these, they need to be coordinated. That's where you will then need the coordinator to then make sure these different portfolios are working in one direction. That's right. Now, the next level is, let's understand that as much as we've got members in the cluster, there are other functions that we need to outsource. You have got a 500 members, but you do not have a financial expert. You need to outsource. Certain components of the cluster need to be outsourced. Why do we do that? So that we then have members moving in one direction, understanding that they can do other things but cannot do the other components of clustering. So we then move on to, I'm breaking this question into different pieces. So we've talked about our members and collaboration amongst members, but there is a level of innovation and competitiveness. While we are doing all these things, we must not kill the individual, because different skills are resident within the individuals that we have in the cluster. This is where we get innovation and competitive. When we talk of competitiveness, we talk of how we have capacitated our members to understand either issues to do with standards, to do with designing, to do with quality, to do with production processes. These add up to competitiveness and innovation. When we kill the individual, the whole organization becomes flat. There is no innovativeness, because we've told everybody to be at a certain level and nobody can go beyond that level. So we must maintain the individual. Then let me go to the next question. I think it's policy. Yes. Policy advocacy and representation. Now, because we are clusters of SMEs, we are hitting the ground in an environment where there are bigger players that are already in there. And most of the policies that governments have been putting in place, we maybe have not been taking part, we've not been inputting. So we need then to create data for government. Government does not wake up one morning and know what the SMEs want or what the clusters want. But we cannot go to government and argue without evidence. And we must not even argue, we engage. I'm from the SMEs space, and most of our SMEs do not take responsibility. They blame everyone except themselves. But we need to create evidence as clusters and SMEs within the context of our apex bodies. Because within the apex body, there's a lot of expertise which is there, which can also help in building the clusters in terms of gathering information, measuring performance, being able to then go to government and say, yes, we are performing like this, this is what we are producing, this, even doing samples. In Zimbabwe, we've managed as clusters and SMEs to do samples for the military boot. We've sent them through our apex body to the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. They've reached the Ministry of Defense. The generals have seen our samples. This is advocacy. Advocacy in a productive sector does not depend on our arguments or on papers only. It also depends on the physical products that you can put on the table.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause. Another round of applause. May I, with your permission, and after looking at the clock, may I respectfully request that we bring this to an end. I want to specifically single out this panel for an incredible start of the day. Those were very insightful discussions, valuable contributions, no doubt. May I thank all of you. The professor just took a short health break. May I thank him. Joram, Dr. Ntamu, Gerard, Dr. Kariza, Wabare Nyo. I want to thank you. Let us clap for them. Pungai Tatenda, you have done very, very well. We have done very, very well. We are building on the goal, ladies and gentlemen, and please bear with me on this one. Can I also thank Mukashaka, Marakwoze Chana. I want to thank you all. for your contributions. And last but not least, may I thank Munema Musakanya from Zambia. You know, I introduced her last, eh? And because I got my first Continental Award from the then president, Michael Sata, I don't want that award recalled. So I apologize. I apologize for inviting you last. But nevertheless, in marathon in Kenya, it is the last lap that give us the gold medal. So I want to hand over to you to just finish up. Then we take a break, take a bit of coffee, a bit of tea, some snacks, okay? All right? And then we will come back. So I'll hand over to you just to thank them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for being very kind. The microphone is on. Thank you. Just proceed to thank.
Yeah.
Yes, so that we conclude and take a break. We take a short break. It's good. Yeah.
We move to
I would want us to take a break first. I want to pose a question to the distinguished delegates. Do we take a break? Aha. The people have spoken. So we will get just 10 minutes, then we come back. And I want to thank you so much for steering this. A round of applause for Professor. We have done very well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen, can we be upstanding here for a photograph? This is a good one. We want to capture this moment. So just come slowly, Professor. Yeah, so members of the media, please, let's be here. Come here. Thank you for understanding. Let's take this photograph. I will ask you to be, yeah, thank you. Media, please, proceed. 30 seconds so that you can step out for. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them as they take. In the newsroom, we say that one picture speaks 1,000 words. Thank you. Thank you. Let's proceed for the lunch. For the tea, I beg your pardon. Thank you. distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next session, session 9, according to our program titled Product Design and Development. That session, distinguished delegates, will be chaired by Dr. Diana Ntamu. It will be chaired by Dr. Diana Ntamu, but before I announce the panel discussants to join us here, may I request that Preston Viswamo, Mr. Preston Viswamo, where are you? Is the Regional Design Studio Project Manager at Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute. I think he's still out and he should be joining us in a little while. But no problem, we will proceed with requesting that Professor Tamirat Haile Gabriel from Bahir Dar University in Ethiopia to join us. I'll ask that you be seated, and I'll still wait before I introduce the other discussants because we have a video that we want to show, and we wouldn't want the light to shine on the distinguished panel discussants. So I can see him. I can see my brother, Mr. Preston Viswamo, who will now come. Just a short video, pictorials and audio-visual. He will walk us through before we start.
Thank you very much. We just have a few pictures and also 2 videos. First of all, just to appreciate our stakeholders who have been there standing with us to promote product design and development, the very crucial program that we have as ALPI. And these pictures and videos are courtesy of Badia, Leather and Hide Council, and Academia de la Moda, who are some of the partners that we are working with to promote product design and development in ALPI. Let's have the pictures and the video, please. So you see here we have machinery, as well as also graduates and a training session there. Also to appreciate one of our regional trainers who has stood with us to execute the Badia collaboration is here, Mr. Freo Kabede. We really appreciate his efforts. And talking about product design and development, we need the infrastructure in terms of equipment, and also we need the skilling. And that is the picture that you see there depicting what we've done through the Badia collaboration. This is also a training session depicting the work that we are doing with Academia de la Moda. This is a world-class university of art and design based in Italy. And we have a collaboration with this institution, especially focusing on some of our designers who are ready even for export. So this program is actually designed for some of our SMEs that have, let's say, those that are in the range of medium scale and are producing products that can also go even in the export market. So those are some of the pictures highlighting some of the work during training. And actually, it is through the Academia de la Moda training that we've been able to raise some of the finalists that you see on the next slide. So we have some of them are present here. We have Mr. Biniani from Bahada University, who has participated in those trainings, Academia de la Moda. And we also have Ruth, our commendable designer, who is also here. And those are some of the products that have been made by some of the panelists of the collaboration that we have also with Leather and Hide Council, which is spearheading the Real Leather Stay Different Africa Design Showcase. We just had the event last November in Addis Ababa, which was attended also by some of the people that are here. So those are the products ranging from footwear, garment, as well as accessories. Under the RP Leather and Hide Council collaboration, this is also where we have the sustainability program, which I think has been discussed over the past few days we've been here. And you can see the Leather Foundation, the Sustainable Leather Foundation, part of the partner that also we are working with under the Leather and Hide Council program. And this is the first video showing and appreciating our
The moment we've all been waiting for
designer
is here.
from Ethiopia,
The
who is here
Africa
as well.
Talent Leather Design Showcase 2024 has crowned its most commendable award winner. And for the second year in a row, the spotlight shines on one incredible designer. Ruth Gourmet's overfishing bag isn't just a statement piece. It's a call to action. Inspired by the Nile perch, Ruth's design embodies the urgent need to address the global crisis of overfishing. Overfishing is one of the most significant threats to our lakes and oceans, with 1/3 of the world's fisheries pushed beyond their limits, endangering marine ecosystems and the livelihoods of millions. Ruth's design not only highlights this issue, but also symbolizes the fight to protect vulnerable species and restore balance to our marine life.
This drawing is a Nile perch idea. So the body shape of Nile perch, this is eye shape, and this is the tail of the Nile perch. And the second one, the same, the overfishing bag ideas drawing, and this part is the spiny dorsal, and this is the eye shape.
This win marks Ruth's second consecutive victory, a testament to her unwavering commitment to sustainability and her innovative approach to design. Fast-tracked to represent Africa on the global stage in London, Ruth's work speaks to the heart of what the Africa Talent Leather Design Showcase is all about. But the excitement doesn't end here. 4 more awards, including the highly anticipated People's Choice Award, are yet to be announced. Stay tuned as we continue to celebrate innovation, sustainability, design prowess, and commercial viability at the Africa Talent Leather Design Showcase 2024 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia this year. Follow us on all platforms for more updates. The journey has just begun.
Well, the next video is also depicting our efforts to leverage top leadership to support product design and development in Africa. watching.
And thank you also very much for that short video, Mr. Preston Viswama from IP. Thank you. You've made it very short, and we appreciate that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite our next speaker who's joining us virtually, Delphine Clement, to join us and talk about markup support in terms of product development for leather manufacturers. Over to you, Delphine.
Yes, hello, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting so many markup colleagues to intervene during this very valuable event. I will try to share a small presentation. I hope you can see it. Just to very quick presentation, just to present to you how we conceive the importance of product design and development within the markup program, and how we intend to, how we support actually local SMEs, manufacturers, designers in improving their skills and to develop new products that will find a market. I don't think I will go into much details regarding the objectives of the markup program. I think you must be all tired of. Yes?
Excuse me, can you make the presentation in a full mode where we are seeing both the... Yeah.
Maybe this way, it's strange, I can't. This way is better, no?
Yes, now, perfect. Thank you. Continue.
Okay, so I was saying you've heard a lot about markup programs, so I won't go into details, you know all about it now. But I'm particularly in charge of the value addition components of the program, which support local SMEs to improve their competitiveness, raise the quality, compliance, and value addition. And how do we support SMEs in value addition? Well, it's through improving the process of leather, but also their business skills. So product design and development really, for us, involves the process of creating new products or improving existing ones by improving blending creativity, technical expertise, and also improving market understanding. So really, in the prospect of support on product design and development, we try to address several concepts, ideas, actions, which involves understanding, as I said, the market needs, improving the conceptual design, better understanding also of material and how to select it, improving the process of prototyping, of development, production, and then branding and marketing. And really the markup project will try to address all of these issues and concepts and accompany really the SMEs into this journey of design and development. And now I will take a look also and walk you through what the markup project has done during this year in 2024. So around back to back with the East Africa Textile and Leather Week that took place in Nairobi last May, we organized training on leather design and trends with really two main objectives. One is to support the SMEs, the designers, and some tanneries in the region, in the East Africa region, to better understand the market, to better identify also the trends, the customer preferences, and also the competitors, what's in the market at the moment in terms of leather products, what's the importance also of, for example, eco-friendly and sustainable products, what is the demand also for these kind of specific products. And we also train the companies in better understanding their audience, what are the demographics and the preferences of the consumers and the markets, and that therefore also helping SMEs and designers to understand the markets and also how to conceive a product that will find the demand of the markets. When it comes to design, the training also helped the SMEs, the designers, to develop mood boards in order to sort of understand the product, where it comes from, and also how to position the product and define also the specificity of each of the brands and production. In October, in Nairobi, we jointly with Kigali, we organized a training on manufacturing techniques, really focusing on finishing and how to improve really the quality and the finishing of the products. The training looked at all the different processes of manufacturing, cutting, stitching, finishing, and quality control. And it was really an eye-opening we had 15 SMEs and designers that took part in this training, and for them it was really eye-opening on looking at the very small details that also contribute to make the product extremely valuable. We looked also at pattern making, how to run a small sample production, testing, and so on. So to end on a positive note, this is only the first year of the market program. So there are many, so we have 3 years to go, which will provide many opportunities to continue and deepen the trainings that we provide to our beneficiaries, to leather manufacturers, and to tanneries, but also local institutions. So we intend to continue the work on supporting the SMEs on improving the pattern making skills, focusing on pockets, straps, flaps, lining, but also we intend also to support shoemakers in improving also the processes and operations. We found also very interesting and valuable to connect local manufacturers with the training institutions, and through this training also enabling the participants to share best practices, experiences, challenges. So peer-to-peer learning is also key. We'll continue the support also of manufacturers to exhibit in trade fairs. So we'll continue our partnership with the Africa Sourcing and Fashion Week that will take place in Nairobi and Addis next year. And also we are very happy to, and this was probably mentioned by our colleagues, that we'll sign a memorandum of understanding with ANPI, so we can also scale up our support also to local clusters and smaller manufacturers through support of common manufacturing facilities and clusters across the East African region. On that note, I will finish my presentation, and thank you again so much for inviting the market program to intervene during your events, and I'm available if you have any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for that presentation by Dr. Diana Ntamu. She has given us an executive summary of the markup support required for product and development for leather manufacturers. May I ask that the lights are turned back on? Delphine Clement was the one who was presenting from virtually from Geneva, Switzerland. We want to thank you, Delphine, for that insightful presentation that you have made. We ask that you continue to stay with us virtually. Thank you very much. May I now ask the following to join us on the next session, which is product design and development. Ms. Yolanda Odida, the Chief Executive Officer of Pure Purple. Please, a round of applause for her as she walks to Ruth Girmay from Real Leather Stay Different award-winning champion. A round of applause for the champions who are in the room. We are so proud of those achievements. May I also invite Ferao Kabebe, an associate consultant from ALPI. A round of applause for Kabebe. And Professor Tamirat was here earlier. May I ask you to once again join us? Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Prof. Ferao Kabebe. Ferao Kabebe has already joined us. Thank you. Thank you. Is there any name I've left out? The chair. Thank you very much. And in our culture, the chair comes once the panel has settled. So did I say something right? Clap for me. Clap for me. Oh my God, that's good. Dr. Diana Ntamu to come and chair this panel, and a round of applause for Daktari as she joins us on the podium. And I will go straight away to hand over this mic that is already live to Daktari to kick off the session. I thank you and good luck.
A very good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to chair this panel. I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation. So I would like to start off by really appreciating ALPI for the journey thus far. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to ALPI. We had very interesting videos shared that show the progress that has been made in the leather sector. A lot has been done and a lot continues to be done. The ED talked about the potential of the African leather sector. I think we also had JB talk about the Made in Africa revolution and the potential again of the leather sector. And the ED also reminded us not to talk about challenges, to stop lamenting. And I really hope that we won't be able to lament in this panel, but just be talking about how we are going to be taking the leather sector forward. And specifically, we're going to focus on leather products design and development. Before we go into the panel, allow me to appreciate our speaker, Daphne, from Markup 2 from Switzerland. In your presentation, you highlight in leather development, you talk about the importance of understanding the needs in the market. You talk about the design, the development and production, the branding and marketing. You highlight, you also talk about the manufacturing techniques, the prototyping, and all those aspects that are very important for us to understand leather products design and development. In this room, also allow me to congratulate the entrepreneurs who always bring products every time we have this meeting. We give them a round of applause. Because from the presentation that was made by Daphne, when I find a bag and I admire it, I was asking Ruth to sell me a bag. She said, no, I'm not ready to give it to you. I do not know the process that brings the product to the table. So let's congratulate them and understand that it takes a lot of effort. And for me, I understand that bringing a product in this room is not taking a cup of tea. So thank you very much. So in this panel, we want to talk about leather product design and development, and allow me to welcome and join me to welcome the distinguished panelists that are going to be taking us through a number of issues in regard to leather products design and development. We're going to have a conversation, and I would like each one of us to feel free to participate and see how we can take this forward. So I'm going to start off this by asking each panelist. I know you've already interacted with members in the audience, but I want you to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do in the leather industry. I want you to do this under 1 minute. I'll start with Yolanda.
So I'm Yolanda Odida. I run the brand called Pure Purple. We are footwear and accessories brand based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we are very passionate about premium value addition on locally sourced leather. And we do this with significant imprints in sustainability and community. So we're really here to do for people, for profit, for planet. All of that is really built into the heart of the brand. So that's under minute, right?
My name is Ruth Germay. I'm a designer. Currently, I design leather products and making patterns for my own company. My company name is Shamrock Razor, founded before 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Freo, and I'm a consultant. Mostly, I work with Alpi as Alpi partner. My profession is footwear technology, in coming to footwear, I try to see from different angle, and then I try to improve whatever the challenge we have. And I also made a design, meaning that I work in designing as well. So in both footwear technology and designing, I have a good experience, so I can share with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tamra Tasfai. I am not a designer. Professionally, I'm a circular economy professional, professor of biorefinery engineering. I came from Bahir Dar University, one of the oldest university in Ethiopia. I am the scientific director of Ethiopian Institute of Textile and Fashion Technology. For those of you who are hearing about EITX for the first time, EITX is running more than 25 undergraduate, master's, and PhD program and certificate program in the field of textile, leather, and apparel. As far as I know, we are the only one who are delivering training in the leather field, starting from certificate program to PhD level. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So now you have an idea who we have in this panel. We have a really good mix. We have the trainers, we have the experts, and we also have the designers themselves in the market. And so I would like to start off with Ferrao. Congratulations on the work that you're doing with LP and the experience that you have. And I like the fact that you would like to keep improving. You look at the challenges and you want to keep improving. I want you to tell us a lot more about the latest global trends in leather product design and how African designers can integrate these trends in their work.
The global leather industry is transforming significantly, driven by sustainability, technology, and consumer preference. And currently, we are seeing advancement by the developed countries with a strong shift toward sustainability materials, using eco-friendly materials like vegetable tanned leather, recycled leather, and bio-based alternatives. And simple designs also, they are using these times clean lines, functional designs, and a focus on quality over quantity. Technological integration, leveraging technology for design, production, and marketing. The advancement is observed highly inside the developed countries, not much within the Eastern and Southern African regions. As not yet, we have an African brand Therefore, the gap in the trend is very high. Their key difference in the product design trends, automation, developed countries leverage automation to increase efficiency, reduce labor costs, and improve product quality. Africa, on the other hand, relies heavily on manual labor due to cost and infrastructure constraints. Technology, developed countries have access to advanced technology like 3D printing and CAD/CAM for design and production. In Africa, often lacks the necessary infrastructure, types of machinery, and expertise to adapt such technologies. On research and development, developed countries have a capacity for research and development to work on their challenges. Africa faces challenges to improve the existing challenges, even copying and adapting from the developed countries. It is hard to give a specific comment on how African designers can integrate these trends into their work. However, to support the designers, it is best we also give priority to helping the producers improve their workmanship so designers can be able to have a good finished products of their design for showcase too. It is important to remember that manufacturing capacity is equally crucial. As we improve our manufacturing capacity, we should also invest in design and branding. By focusing on both manufacturing and design, we can build a sustainable and successful footwear designs in Africa. When it comes to innovative technologies such as 3D printing and others, the key innovative technology are CAD/CAM and 3D printers. These technologies help to manage the production of complex design products and rapid product design prototyping. Precise production operation based on CAM machine, like precise leather cutting, stitching, bottom roughing, gluing, and precise pattern cutting. But yes, if our SMEs can afford them, these innovative technologies can help African manufacturers by improving product quality, reducing material wastage, and improving production efficiency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on the global trends. You also indicate, first of all, you mentioned the focus on sustainability, sustainable production technologies. You talk about actually what really sounds very, very high, or what really is highlighted in what you said is the important role of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not deny that technology is the game changer. It has completely changed how we live and how we do things, and the leather sector is not an exception. We see changes happening every day. You talked about the 3D printing technologies. You talk about the poor capacity of African, designers to access that technology. I also like the fact that we don't stop at manufacturing, but the design and branding is also very critical. I would now like to go to our entrepreneurs, the designers in the panel. I would like to start with Yolanda. Yolanda, I would like you to share with us how sustainable practices can be integrated in the leather product design, from material sourcing to production processes, especially that these were highlighted by Farah.
To answer that question, I would say we need a mind shift in, is it working? Yes. Yeah, we need a mind shift in how we're doing things, and this sustainable practices should not be something that become an add-on at the end. It should be our new normal. It's our usual way of production. And how I would like to look at it is going back to something that I said before, when I said for people, for profit, for planet. The fact that we live in the planet means we need to take care of it, right? It can regenerate. it being our home, we really need to pay attention to it. For profit means we're here for business, right? So even though we are creating things, we need to make money out of them. And when we say for people, it is who are you designing for? Have that in mind. How are they going to use the product? How do you extend the lifestyle of it? Is it fast fashion, slow fashion? Is it built to last? What's the quality of the craftsmanship? Which region are they living in? What's practical for them to have it? That's also another way to look at sustainability. Another way is the people who work for you. How are they being treated? And seeing people as a human resource, just seeing it as a resource. I know most of the times people look at leather as a resource and forget that the human is also the resource. How do you maximize output? And you start to look at the work environment and all of that stuff, how much skilling is being done, how much training and retraining is being done, how many people are boarding in as artisans. You'd find that anytime we speak about artisans or craftsmen in Africa, they're not the highest earning group, and yet they can be because we do make things. Another way to look at people is intergenerationally. We don't have a lot of examples of businesses that are handed over in Africa into generations very successfully. That's also another way to look at sustainability, because can you imagine if we had a leather industry that was so developed that every generation handed over to another generation? We'd be talking a different ball game right now. And you can see what's happening with the 20% share that we now have. So I would say how to start to look at sustainability. Yes, let's recycle, let's reuse, let's upcycle. Let's have all the ecological things ingrained in how we are designing, but let's expand that pool also and start to think about it beyond that point. So I would say these things need to be put in. And now going back to just practical design elements, I'll give examples, and I've come with some of my products just so that it gives you an accurate picture of what this looks like in a micro level, which would be like be producing. So I'll just give you very quick examples. All of our packaging is recycled paper. So we take this off the earth instead of using new paper. How we make the handles is we're using sisal. When we realized that this doesn't work, it disintegrates because we're thinking about the customer, we had to change the handles. So we don't just insist because it might look good to a funder if we say that it's sisal. If it doesn't work, we kill it. Another way to push out more sustainable things and have the customer adopt is we all wear shoes, but I want to ask you, how do you package your shoes when you're let's say traveling? A lot of us have come from outside. How did you carry your shoes here? And was it a sustainable option? And I would say as a designer, if I want to push out sustainability, it might not come from the customer. I say, here, I built this product. It's about, I think $12. It's built out of raincoat material. It's very easy to wipe. It's very lightweight. You can actually put 2 pairs of shoes if you're a woman. If they're sneakers, that probably take 1, and put that in the hand of the customer. So you might not be asking for it, but when I tell you, hey, we have this, you're like, oh yeah, I'd like to use that. And I tell you, you can reuse it over and over again. So from there, we've had a sustainable impact that was driven by the designer into the hands of the customer. So that's also another way to look at it. So even though it's not built out of leather, we make sure that we are using leather parts here for the branding and the handles. Another practical example is belts. Once you buy belts from us, we're thinking about you. I can package in paper, which is single use, or I can put it in this. This is a fabric. It's also like a raincoat thing that you can open and it snaps back on. So we're thinking about you when you're traveling. How do you want to carry your belt? So you can use this over and over again. And if you want to use it for something else, it's also there and it's in your hands. How this still works for the brand is we have branding on it. So it continues to carry value for us. And the reason why I'm going extra mile to say these things is if every time we're designing or putting out product, we're thinking about for people, for profit, for planet, I think that all of these things can be done. So it's not like this thing we're trying to tick a box so that we can get more funding or we can get access to markets, or it's just us being responsible and saying, hey, I'm a human. I live on this earth. so then I need to take care of it. I also want to save my money. And as I'm thinking about money as an entrepreneur, I'm thinking about how do I look at my margin? But if I'm thinking about you, I'm also thinking about how do I extend the investment that you have made in a product by giving you something that's quality, so it's not falling apart and you feel that you're retaining more income to spend on other things because I gave you something that would last. So that's also another example. The last one would be, I have two more. We have this book. If you visited our stand at the back, you'd realize that it's made out of a reed that's very harmful to the freshwater lakes. I come from Kenya, so we have Lake Victoria, which is the second largest freshwater lake in the world. And this reed is choking up the water. I think we have it also at the Nile, so all the countries around the Nile would also be suffering this. So we have Ethiopia, I think the Sudan, they're involved. So what we do is it's taken out of the lake, it's pulped down into paper, it comes into Nairobi, we hand stitch it into the book. And then it goes into this leather thing. If you see how we've built it, it's such that when you're done with the book, you can refill over and over again. Again, thinking about the customer, thinking about we're not doing fast fashion, it's slow fashion. You can use this, it can outlive you, right? So we are thinking about that. When the customers have come back and said, hey, for corporate, I want white paper. Us as the brand, we say, okay, we'll do it. But the cover has to be hyacinth because that's our mandate to recycle and upcycle. And then it has to go into a leather cover. Again, another example of how we are pushing that sustainability. Last example is, if you've seen this from Kenya, you see these beaded belts. These are done by Maasais, the Maasai community. I don't dictate what that design is. And the reason why I don't dictate it is I want that culture to be preserved. That when you see it repeatedly, you're able to say, ah, that's Kenyan, right? To the local Kenyan, they see it so much, it doesn't mean anything to them. But then when we're looking at what is the most recognizable culture that the country has that's unadulterated, it hasn't gone the Western route. That's one of the main ones. So we let them bead with their traditional beading formats. What I dictate is what is the quality of the leather that we're using? What is the quality of the workmanship? What is the quality of the beads that they're putting in? How straight are they aligning them? What's the quality of the buckle? And if you see these brass buckles, we make them from discarded brass items. So if you've seen padlocks, a lot of those padlocks, once they're thrown out, we smelt them down and we use them to make this. We've had men come back and say, hey, Yolanda, we can't go to the office with this. And we say, not a problem, because of course, for people, we're listening to the customer. We go and get these buckles that can go into the office and we still make the leather belt and push them out, right? So I hope this sort of defines or explains how we're using all of that together.
I think she deserves another round of applause. So what Yolanda is saying from her conversation, she's saying it is very possible to integrate sustainable practices in what we're doing. She has a couple of beautiful products. I also find that she's very creative and innovative. When I went to her store, I wanted to take that. I told her that is my favorite color. And no doubt, Yolanda, that you're doing an amazing job. And you have this wonderful product for the shoes. I'd never imagined I would be sophisticated to the extent of packing my shoes in a very special package. But here you are, bringing us something on the market. It is very possible, creativity. And now I want to come to Ruth. We saw Ruth on the video. Ruth, congratulations. She has a really wonderful, table out there with wonderful products, well designed. Ruth, Yolanda says it is possible. She has done it. But as a designer, you certainly have come across challenges. I would like you to share with the audience the key challenges faced by African designers in creating high quality leather products. Those are really good, and other many products out there are good. But what are the challenges? For us, when we come here, we like to go and, looking at something and putting it back without really understanding where this product has been. What are those challenges?
Thank you, Chair Dr. Diana. Again and again, I want to say thank you to Alpi for preparing the competitions. and selecting the designers and giving us training, collaborating with De La Moda for different COMESA member states. So there are many designers hiding in the house who have not get this opportunity in Africa. So this is very, very important program. I want to say thank you again and again for the staff of ALPI. So what I want to say is, I want to listen to me as a designer, not like expert. You know, you may have a better understanding than I do in theoretically. I think we can agree. Thank you. Okay. The design, sorry. So we designers have many challenges and the manufacturers. As you know, the financial problem and the lack of quality machineries and equipments. And the second, the back accessories are not easy to find, even if they are very expensive. You don't believe that. Very expensive and we can't get it easily. What I do is, as you know, I'm a commendable designer, but when I finish my design, I need accessories. Do you know what I do? Because of the challenge, we don't have accessories. I buy a new bag and then I take the accessories to fix. This is very, yeah, you have to understand what our problems is. And yeah, it's true. So the third, in some leather products available from factory have problems like uneven dyeing, cracking leather, color variation, prone to cracking, tearing, and deteriorating quickly, and unpleasant odor, a strong chemical, and finished lasers consistency. The finished laser consistency, if I made a sample product, after that, if I order in a bulky, totally different. The color and the thickness. There is a consistency problem. And design studio. All designers and manufacturers, we have to have a design studio. But I heard Alpi also on the process. That's very good, very important for designers. So at least these points have prevented designers and manufacturers from producing a quality products. Okay, thank you.
So thank you so much, Ruth. Despite the challenges, you still made it as the most commendable designer. So congratulations. You highlight the challenges, some of which we already had, but I also admire your creativity. Getting a bag, buying a bag and getting off the accessories and then using them. Because, I mean, that is very important for us to note. But it's very important that we keep this in mind, because later on we're going to be able to brainstorm on what is it that we can do. I want to come to Professor Tamirat from the Design School University, and I really admire Ethiopia for the progress that you have made in this area. And so we heard from our first speaker, Farah, on what is trending globally, and Yolanda shows us that it is possible, and she's creative, and also Ruth says she's able to do it amidst a lot of challenges. So the question to you is, how can designers balance creativity with market demands to produce products that meet the needs of the local and international customers? It comes at an expense. It's not easy to bring this here. And of course, that already speaks to the cost. Will I be able to afford all these beautiful products after they've done it? So what is it that the designers can do?
Thank you, Chair. Before answering that question, I just want to ask a question to the audience. Are we in the map? in the world map? Are we in the world map? Are we in the world map? Yeah. Okay. I just want to point out some data of the laser sector. We Africans, and as an Africa, we have about 20% cattle, goat, sheep population of the world. But we are only having 14% of the world outputs of hide and skin. Not only this, we have 10% of the world cattle population, and we produce only 4.5% of hides. And our tanning capacity is declining. Maybe Mohammed is not here. He can help me. In our country, we have about 34 tanneries, but right now we have only less than 20 tanneries functioning. So the tanning capacity of Africa has fallen from 9.2% to 6.8%. And in Africa, we have only 629 tanneries. And most of them are actually concentrated in the northern part of Africa. And we have only 9,870 footwear and products industries. As I presented last year, if you combine Bangladesh and India, Indians in Bangladesh, they have about 2,420 tanneries. India owns more than 2,000 tanneries, and they have 15,000 footwear and leather good industries. In Africa, we have only 18 academic institutes that support the leather sector. Whereas in India and Bangladesh alone, they have more than 48 academic institutes and research centers that support the leather sector. So compare India and Bangladesh with the whole continent of Africa. We are in the map in the population. If the map is developed based on population size, we are in the map. But if the map is developed based on the development, then we are not there. I will explain this one based on our laser sector. If you take the global market of the laser sector, it reaches about $0.5 trillion. Our contribution is less than 10%. If you combine Eastern, Africa and the rest part of the world, our contribution is only 0.5%. No, 10%, sorry. However, we are importing leather and leather goods. And the import penetration of footwear industry alone in Africa reaches about 73%. And from our session yesterday and the day before yesterday, we were blaming each other. The industry blames the institutes, the institute blames the government, and we were blaming each other. And my suggestion for this one is, if you want to transform the laser sector in Africa, if you want to make Africa in the map, in the world map, I think we have to work. If we want to transform our sector, let us not throw stones. Let us work in partnership. As an academician, we have to train the students as per the need of the industry, and the industry should support the training. And if you remember last year, after I heard most of the concerns from the participants, I gave the scholarship position, the scholarship opportunity to all of you to send staff members of your industry as well as staff member of the university to be trained in Bahida as a scholarship. So that offer stands this year as well. Let's work together in order to transform the sector from the current situation and make the laser sector in Africa in the map. Saying this one, as Chair mentioned, there are lots of challenge of designers to balance the creativity with the commercial viability. In order to balance the creativity with commercial viability, I think the first thing that the designers need to do is forecasting, trend forecasting. This trend forecasting is essential because it provides us insight into the future fashion trends and consumer preferences. And the other thing that the designers need to focus is on the market research, because market research plays a crucial role in understanding the current market landscape. And as Ruth and the other designer mentioned, they have to design to be competent in the world market. So for that, they have to consider who are their competitors and their price points. They have to know also the overall demand of the certain styles. The other thing that should be also considered in this aspect is cost management and pricing strategy. We want to produce innovative design, but in order to produce innovative design and aesthetically appealing design, we have to be competitive. So we have to reduce the cost of production. We have to use the process that reduces cost. So financial accessibility as well as cost reduction in cost of production should be considered as one of the criteria. The designers should focus on balancing creativity with commercial viability. And the last, they have to also consider sustainable design and ethical production, because as we are moving from the normal production to sustainable production, they have to consider the sustainable design and ethical production. For this one, designers and brand, if designers and brand are married, then their work will be more sustainable and ethical practice, and which might lead to collaborate with certified companies. Thank you.
So much. Ladies and gentlemen in this room, we need to appreciate Professor Tamirat for that scholarship. It's unusual for someone to just give a scholarship in a panel discussion like this one. So we really want to appreciate you. And so you really talk about very important things. You paint the picture of the African continent on the world map. What are we known for? We are known for population size. Well, we're not known for development. And we believe that the leather sector will give us that opportunity. And you emphasize the role of trend forecasting, understanding the market and being competitive. And I really want to encourage all our entrepreneurs in this room to pay attention to the market. Sometimes we get so lost in our passion, and then we do not remember that there is a user. I asked somebody to do something for me in my house, and he brought me what he wanted. I asked, why didn't you call me to ask what I wanted? But he said, I thought you might like this. So I hope that our designers take time to understand what the customers want. And also very important among the things you said is the cost management and pricing strategy. The business managerial skills are very important. I would like us to do the last round of questions before we come to the audience. And I want to come back to Farah. Farah, I think what I've also seen happening in the leather sector is we have a number of design competitions, trade fairs, and exhibitions. And I know that this is predominant. Most of the products are taken to an exhibition somewhere. Of course, I believe this is going to change with time with the technology that we have with us. We want to find these online on Amazon and some other platforms. But would you like to share with us the role played by these competitions, trade fairs and exhibitions in promoting creativity. Because what he's saying is that try to understand the market. So when we go to the trade fairs and exhibitions, and what happens to our creativity and exposure to the designers?
The first thing I think
Yeah. The first thing to understand is where you are going to sell or where is your marketing. Before you start designing, you have to decide where is that you have found to sell your design. That is important. Once you understand, then again, you have to know the trend. What trend is now? As we are seeing here, for example, it doesn't show that these are the latest design, the latest trend. So without knowing that, taking to show, then it might not be interested by the customers because they are going to look for latest designs. So again, if you plan to design whichever design that is going to be for different market, the finishing of the product before you take it to that site, the designers must approve. There is no any defect there because as an African, we don't have yet a good brand. So even our local perception for our market is not good. So when we take our things, if we don't plan it from a different angle, then it will be a disaster later on. We can lose our brand again. They may not have to have a good interest because you are showing them not with a good finish. So it is very important that our design has to be made by very good workmanship. The producer have to have the same capacity to make that designs very good finish. So by the time you take it there, people can appreciate and you might be able to get the market. That's how I see it.
Thank you so much. Very important. So this is from Farah. He says in this room, he does not see evidence of the latest trends. Now that's the challenge to the designers. Maybe the designers will say something about that. But also what is very important in what you said is that customers are always looking for the latest trends. Those of you in mobile telephony, you find that the young people are always looking for the latest iPhone or Samsung. They're always buying the next one, and the companies are also very good at pushing their products to the market, because before you know it, it is 16, 17. Personally, I've decided if it works for me, I have no reason to keep updating it. It is working well for me. But the young people are looking for what is the latest design. And you also talk about the importance of a good brand. And I want to throw this question to the audience. I come from Uganda, and I've seen how some of our people do things. Sometimes it doesn't really matter as long as you give them the money. And also there is this idea that they don't want to lose. Why should I lose? So even if something is not that good, I'll push it to the market and recover my money. So the very good workmanship is very critical. So as we proceed, and of course coming close to the end of this conversation, I would like to ask Ruth the kind of training and development programs needed to build the capacity of African designers. We know that you are the most commended designer, but we also believe that there is room for improvement. So what do you think is that kind of training and development programs needed to build your capacity and other people in the leather industry?
Okay, before I answer, I want to say something. Olanda, she said, Ruth, I can give you accessories said. Maybe thank you. Maybe I misunderstand. When you come to my workshop, you can't believe it. I have a lot of stock, but the same accessories. I can't use, for example, for the competition. It's not related. From China imported the same thing, golden or antique. That's why I said, if you design something, I cannot use just only because of daring or something. We have to relate with our design. That's why I said we don't have a choice. That's why I said, I'm not saying I cannot buy one daring. If I can buy shoes, I have to buy accessories, you know? So I would like to thank you, but you understand me now. Okay. What training and development programs are needed? I think your questions. African designers should be inspired by our cultures. It is must. Being trained that even though the designers are beautiful, should not be copied from developed countries. You know, at the laser sector, there is a big gap. At the opening program, I see very nice traditional dresses from Alpi. But I was trying to check, their bags are very nice, but copy or original from Europe or from something. We have to stop, we Africans, because we have to create, we have to be, I'm not blaming, sorry, but just even me, all of us, on the textile part, it's very nice. We have a traditional dresses. On the leather sectors, we have to work inspired and from our Africans touch. That's why the export is declining, I believe, because the foreigners, when they come, they want to see African touch, you know? But what we did is imported through African Chinese material, and then we are busy to copy their products, even not the original one, the copy one. So the foreigners, when they come out, why they buy the copy of their brands? They can get the original one in their country. That's what I mean. Okay. So you know, when we did that, because of we are killing our economy while growing their economy, because we are busy to advertise other continents' brand. That is a big gap. That's why Alpi is a very good solution for this. So yeah, most of the time, designers do not include their designs including for persons with disability. If you see, all bags are, we design, all designers, we design only for persons without disability. What about the persons with disability? The one who use a chair, the one hearing impaired, visual impaired. You know, we are neglecting some people. Even in the market, there is a big difference. So according to this, we can train. That's, as I told you, as a designer, that's my point.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ruth, for sharing that very critical, that we don't lose the touch of the African culture when we are designing and taking products to the market. But also what really touches me is the need to design products for people with disabilities, and that you say very well. I'm going to ask Yolanda. Yolanda, we would like you to share with us the strategies that we can use to enhance the export potential. You've shown us very beautiful products. what is it that we can do to increase the export potential of these products?
Yeah, so I'll just run down my points. A lot of what I'm going to say has been said over the past 2 days and also today by the people who are here in the panel. So I think we're just putting it together. So compliance to global standards and certifications is really important. Without this, we're getting locked out of markets. And we can already see it. I felt really bad sitting here yesterday and learning that Kenya is being locked out because of cruelty to animals. And we are the third largest producer of hides. So that's something that can easily be fixed. Yeah, so compliance, that's one of the ways. Knowing the trends, like what he said, being very, very intentional in finding out what those are. Traceability was spoken about yesterday. That's also a really important thing. And we thank Alpi that this is being done right now. It looks like Rwanda is already ahead of the toll gate. And I think I had Burundi as well. That really helps. There was the tanner there from Sudan who was talking about the certifications that they already have at the tannery. I get the leather when it's already done. So if he's doing the work to get the certifications and he's vegetable tanning and doing all of this imprints to make sure that what he's making is under those certifications and also protects the planet, I then can rely on what he has made and say, hey, this bag has been produced with leather that's already certified, that's already doing these kinds of things, that then accesses the markets much better. Logistics, less barriers within Kenya, within Africa, sorry, and less barriers even outside. We find like logistics is a really big issue. And when I say logistics, I'm also talking about, I'll use a practical example. So Ethiopia has way more tanneries than Kenya does. And when we go there, also the varieties of leather that they have is way more than we have. However, if I start to look at how do I get the leather from Ethiopia to come into Kenya so that I can produce, if we are all producing, say for America, I will be impacted because the only way I can get the leather, at least that I know right now, is to fly it in. So I would have to have it as cargo and bring it in by flight. And yet there can be a road route. So we'd say we can't talk about these things without government. We can't talk about these things without policy. We can't talk about these things without the other private sector stakeholders who assist, like the ones who are providing finance, and without them understanding that this is a critical sector and it can make a difference in the world stage. I think we've all had the statistics of the underutilization of leather. That thing, it's, and looking at what other countries are doing or other continents. And to break that barrier, I don't think it would be country by country. It has to be the whole region and we need to move as one. So looking at that, craftsmanship, like she spoke about, there needs to be more effort in that. Authenticity. And when we say authenticity, we'd say for me to go into the European market, they already have leather goods. They need to buy me because I'm niche. There's something African about it that they're looking at that appeals to them. And I guess African doesn't need to mean that it's raw. It's very well produced and it's something that can be enjoyed outside. I also want to say we need to use our products as well. You see what China does is it consumes what it produces. That's how they started, and then they started to produce for the world. So we really need to see more of Africa producing for Africa. We are, like he said, we lead in numbers, but we're not leading in wallet share. But when we start to buy our stuff, you see that we'll create the market locally at home, and we create the market also regionally. And then we start to tell the world, hey, we have stuff that can come, we can send it to you. Also, I think there's this thing where when you see people enjoying what they have, you kind of create, there's this word that my age group would use that's called FOMO. You create, they want to participate because of how much you're enjoying it. So that creation of the markets locally also is important. I want to say marketing and storytelling. So this needs to be done within the country. Where countries have, I think every country probably by now has an agency that markets the country itself and markets its products. But we also appeal to designers to self-market their products as well. And then the region to start to do this as well so that we can access markets outside. So what did I say about fairs? Trade fairs are needed. You already talked about it. So these are regional where we have buyers coming into Africa and also us going out into their markets. We need more of those. Less barriers to trade. Most of us need to get on digital. It's a really important tool. As long as we have logistics in place and we have a payment gateway in place, we can send stuff from Africa all over the world. So I would say build local for global. And I really like to say that, like, you build here, but you're thinking about a global market and you're able to supply from the place in which you are. Yeah, I think that's it. And I would say the last one would be more investment across the value chain. And when I say more investment across the value chain is to be able to have this export potential, we need the farmer who has the cow to understand that, hey, I'm making money off the leather, the meat and the milk, but I can make money off the skin. Who is going to come and teach him how to take care of the skin, right? So we need more quality output material in terms of what is the hide that is coming out of there, so that when it gets to the tanner, he has something to work with. We need the abattoir to understand, hey, we're looking at standards, right? And these things are important in how you're killing the animals. Also, the incisions that you're making onto the hides, this is how it's affecting a production down the line. So he also understands. And then we're also investing better value because now the farmer has more money because he's making money out of the hides. Now the abattoir has more money because he's being paid better for how he's extracting the leather. Now the tanner is able to push out more because he has more input material. So when I say more input material, he has more input material for what is being consumed locally because we are also producing a lot, but also for what he's able to send outside because it's premium. And we go all the way into accessories where now there starts to be more investments. It's counter redundant that we have very good leather, but we don't have the accessories to be able to manufacture that together. And so that goes into artisans and all of this stuff. So we reach a place where the world is also looking to us to buy stuff. Like she said, the Ethiopian textile industry is quite advanced. Let's see zippers coming out of this place, guys. Like things like that would be able to facilitate how it is that we move into the export potential and into those markets.
Thank you so much. We're coming to the end of this conversation, and then we shall come to the audience. To Professor Tamirat, Yolanda, thank you very much for sharing how we can be able to export our products. So I think one of the things you mentioned, and which also Ruth mentioned, is the need to stay in touch with culture, African culture, and not lose it, and be confident that when we remain authentic, we are able to take products that will be appreciated. And I would like you to very quickly share how African leather product designers can integrate traditional techniques and cultural elements into contemporary designs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, I'm not a designer. So my reflection on this question will be like out of the professions, but I believe that introducing the African pride, the African culture is a must to do in all leather products, whether it is footwear or leather products, because we have, as an African, we have our own style, we have our own cultural influence. So introducing this African pride to the leather products should be a must to do. And we have the experience actually, because celebrities like Beyonce and Rihanna, they wear African clothing in their musical videos. And we have a movie called Black Panther. In that Black Panther, the designers, they created the African pride into the costumes of that movie. So introducing the African cultural heritage will be one of the market strategy that our designers could use in order to penetrate into the market. However, I'm thinking from the market perspective, who will be our customers for this? I think we have to sell for the larger market. In our house, we have about 1.5 billion people, right? So if we are targeting this cultural heritage as an inspiration, actually it is good to have an inspiration from our culture, but who will be our customer? Movie stars, music stars, tourists. I think as a designer, we should target our customer, African customer, and we should target a casual wear that we are going to use day to day, right? Footwear that we will wear every day, and bag that can we carry every time. Other than that, I think it will be good to have such kind of cultural heritage as an inspiration. And as one of my colleagues yesterday, he said, unless otherwise we trained to consume, we have the market in Africa. So we should concentrate African markets. Let's concentrate on African Defense Force. Let's concentrate in Africans' private security, school uniform, safety shoes, and the like. So my suggestion for that, actually, it is good to have African-inspired design, and I myself suggest it could be a movement even to our designers to include African heritage into their design, but they have to consider the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that we have come to the end of the questions for the panelists. I would like to come to the audience in two ways. One, I have a question for the audience and emerging out of the discussion here, but also I'll give the opportunity to the audience to ask questions. But before we get you to ask the questions, I would like you to help us answer the question. This is to the audience. Based on the conversation here, what do you think is the future of the leather product design and development in Africa, and what milestones should the sector aim to achieve in the next 5 years? Because out of this meeting, ladies and gentlemen, we want to come back next year and say, this is what we have been working on, and these are the results. We want to show progress, movement from one point to the other. So what should the future of leather products and design in Africa be, and what should we aim to achieve in the next 5 years? I hope that is an answer to the question, not a question to the panelists.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, because I have seen, I want to share a very remarkable incident in Ethiopia. Basically, among the leather product, now leather goods, growth is sharp. So not only shoes or what the other product, but bags, wallets, this kind of thing, growth is very sharp nowadays. So the market is there. We had a brand called Daito. The story, the strong first lady of the King Menelik in Ethiopia. We named that brand by her strong character reflection. So in that brand also, one of the staff leading that brand is here in this hall, Mr. Danyacho. One day, when I opened my computer at Yahoo News, that brand bag, Angelina Jolie carried, and I saw that bag, maybe in $1,000. So branding, our own story, our own culture and tradition, as Ruth said, is mandatory for us. We can sell a unique and different thing. And in Ethiopia also, we have a national brand called AHL, Ethiopian Highland Leather. Because of the uniqueness of the fiber structure of Ethiopian sheep skin, we have branded this leather. It is registered in New York, UK, EU, Tokyo, and in Ethiopia. So those who make bag with this brand can have a premium price. One time in Paris, through the development partner JICA support, I met a designer, one of the top designer in Europe. You know, when you imagine about design, the world is led by the designer found in 3 places, New York, Milano, and Paris. So I met him, the best, one of the best designer in the world. But to arrange appointment with him through JICA, through European Chamber of Commerce, at a 5-star hotel, we brought our leather, eco-friendly, very soft, unique leather. At the first place, he had no interest to talk with us as African. Then when you look at us, you don't want to spend time with us. But we gave him different color, texture. The story is related with eco-friendly concept. So when he touched, immediately he has changed. And he brought all the leather and get outside the hotel to check the hotel. Is it from Africa? Is it from Ethiopia? I can make many type of things from this. He decided. We have that one. We have, because the design is the cognitive. Yeah? What root is the source of the story. You have seen it. Fish. We have a lot of story in Africa. So we have the leather. So last time when I went to Italy, I saw in the exhibition emerging designers. Emerging new designers they have given them a big platform. Arut said there are designers behind the curtain. So when we say about competition, we have to start at the local level. Down there, we have to compete and we have to get out from home. Many designers. I saw many young people in my life. In Kawumu now, when I give people a chance to put just 2 in your creativity and innovation, the next day, I can't believe what they made with their own idea. So I can show you many colors, designers, structure, they are related with their village, their marketplace. I can't believe. So we have that potential in Africa. So we need to give a platform for emerging designers, and we need to give our idea and our culture, our heritage in coming and related with our products. Thank you so much.
So much, Solomon. There is another hand, Joram, and also a brother from Congo and Professor.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Diana. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, you will allow me to appreciate Dr. Diana. She's my friend, my mentor, and my coach. As Yoram and Jora shoes, we are where we are and what we are because I found her and I met her. And she took me up as a child and she has nurtured me. Thank you very much, Doctor. I couldn't really fail to appreciate you for that. Allow me respond to your question, the future of design. I will approach it in 2 ways, and the first one being in line with the sustainability. Like we started talking about it from day one. When I talk of sustainability, we need to look at the designs that we do make and the final product that we make. What are the inputs that we use? What are the raw materials that we use For example, number one, you will understand with me that we have some of the inputs which have been banned on the market, on the international market. And when you try to use these inputs, let's say like glue, your shoes will not enter the European market. Are we together? Do you know that? Did you know that a shoe or a bag which has been made with glue that has toluene and benzene, they cannot enter the European market? I take that to be one of the aspects of sustainability. If we cannot work on those small things, we are doomed to fail. Again, the leather. How much of the chrome do we use in these products that we make? We have to pay keen attention also to that. The third aspect is about the human resource. When I talk of human resource under sustainability, I'm looking at, are you employing the underage? Are you considering women in your production and giving them jobs? Are you paying them as it is required? Or you use them and let them go without being paid? Just know that there is no future there. Then again, the suppliers, your suppliers, those who give you credit, do you pay them? If you find you do not meet this, then there is no sustainability. Then again, the other aspect is about compliance with international and local standards. You will understand with me that some of these standards, sometimes they are expensive, and as SMEs may not be able to afford them. But again, in our designing, how do we ensure that we do not tamper with the environment? For example, this year in Uganda, we lost around 36 people just because of the too much waste being dumped in one place, and many people died. And I came to my mind, and I'm like, look, Yoram, I signed and I subscribed to the environmental management systems. To what extent have I contributed to this catastrophe? And I came down, I said, look, in my designing, I must make sure that every design I make, I reduce waste as much as possible. And because of that, I came to realize that we had around 6 sacks of waste, which we are going to send there. The whole of this month, I said, look, we are not sending this waste to the dumping ground. Rather, we are going to make products out of them. Now, good enough, I had started on this aspect long time ago, that every design I make of a shoe, I make sure that there is little waste. For example, every girl's shoe that I make, there is this part which remains when you check on my designs. I make out of it a key holder. Now, when I'm selling this shoe, it goes with a key holder. Now, these small pieces which remain, I make them to be straps for the key holders, so that at the end of the day, you find that my waste has been reduced to like 20%. So that is sustainability. In our design, we need to look at these things. Then again, the other issues about the finance, about sustainability. How do we handle the finances that we do make, the money that we do generate out of the products that we make, out of our designs? Are we the kind of people that do get money out of these things, and at the end of the day, we go to buy land, we go to build houses, we go to buy cars, and forgetting the businesses from where they have come? That is very wrong, and as SMEs and people, we need to look into that. Then from the policy point of view and the government side of it, when we talk about sustainability, I will pose a question. How many of us, ladies and gentlemen, our leaders here, are putting on locally made things, are putting on the shoes that we have locally made? Or we are only looking at putting on what is made from Italy? Like Dr. Joshua Mutambi the other day said, our president always challenges us. All his attires locally made. And he always challenges us. I'm challenging us also here.
Okay, Yoram, I'm going to ask you to wind up your question, your response.
I just wanted also to hint about another thing to do with capacity building. When we talk about capacity building and how to make sure that we have finances, ladies and gentlemen, we need to accept the aspect of making use of the associations and the clusters we have in place. For example, in Uganda, we had to start savings, weekly savings by the members, and we have seen our monies grow. While we cry that we do not have the sources of capital for our businesses, ladies and gentlemen, we need to make use of such platforms and also seeing to it that the money that we do make, we plow it back. Lastly, another source of finance, which I feel I should share with us, especially the SMEs, is these people whom we do supply our things to, our shoes and our bags to, they have money. You cannot buy anything from China on credit. But for us, we want to make things and give them out on credit. That is very dangerous to us. It's the gospel that I am preaching and I have been preaching in Uganda. Why should you an SME that is less than 10 million and you are lending to a company that is worth 1 billion? Where do you get the money? Can we come together and make sure that we say not credit? Instead, before I give you my products, first pay a deposit.
Well taken, well taken. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Yoram. Yoram, thank you so much. I think I'm going to have one, I saw a hand, and that will be it. And then we shall go into any questions if we have, oh yeah, two. Yeah, Professor here. Two more in response to the question I posed, and then we'll open up Q&A to the panelists. Thank you. Please be really, really precise.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Diana, for giving me the floor. It is important that when we design, we take into account our context, but we should understand that the design go together, not only with microeconomics, because when you talk costing, that is microeconomics, but it must go together with macroeconomics too. Why I'm saying this? Because if we have experienced the double-digit growth of China, it's because they had two policies going on, macroeconomics policies. They had what they call themselves the internal circulation and external circulation. The external is what? To produce for others. It means that design product for others. It means that when you design, you take also the global context. You get the point? So, and we, as we are, because we have to move mountain. We have to move mountain. It means that our SMEs must grow with, double, triple digit. And how they will do that if we don't take into account the design of the global market? I suggest that we take both the global market and our market to speed up. And I can even we do the mixture. It means I get the context in Africa and mix with the content, whether in Asia, whether in America. That's where we've got the big figures. And you should understand that this is the time that must exploit it. Europe and America, this economy, the history, you get the top and you start going down.
Thank you very much.
If you don't take that account.
Thank you. So we have Professor here and then later Dr. Mutambi. Oh, we have another hand. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Diana, for giving me the opportunity.
Professor, everybody else, please be precise because we run out of time.
I will be very precise for sure. First one is, yes, I want to appreciate Professor Tamrat for offering scholarship in Africa by Africans. That is the greatest thing that I heard. So I congratulate him. But the question to you is, what kind of curriculum do we have? How do we design it? I remember Alpi organized a virtual communication among the COMESA countries 2 years back, I guess. And we designed it from my side, from our side, we all agreed on a common curriculum that serves all Africans whenever they do in this training. So the first thing is then, what happened to that? Not to you, but how is your curriculum? Does it fit to the requirements of the African continent? In what sense, how can we is one? A second, to Dr. Diana, the question you raised, what should be the feature of our laser? Number one, I would think research is very important. Learn about the needs assessment of those countries. Then identify the people to be trained. And then finally, of course, Alpi designed curriculum, I guess, which is harmonized COMESA curriculum for our design. If that is in place, then the whole relationship can work, and that would be our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Mtambi, and then we have another hand.
Yeah, thank you very much. My contribution in terms of sustainability, I think, is the market. Because we keep saying that we have the market in Africa, but how do we reach the customer? If I use the example of our Ugandan markets, almost now every supplier reaches the customer in one way or the other. Now, for other products, we have institutions. All the schools, all the universities with the youth are there. But our producers want the people to find them in their shops. For God's sake, the customer, these children know the shoes they want. So go and be within the premises of the institutions so that by the time they go home, they will select. And these days you pick kids, they will tell you that I want this shoe. But if you produce and you want us to come and find you in your shops, you will Chinese and these others will continue out competing you. So I think for the sustainability, let's consider the market channels so that we can be able to serve the customers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mtambi. We have another question. I think we shall take two in this round. These are responses, but I would also like for us to have very quick questions to the panelists. I'll take 4 questions, only 4 questions. After that one, you are going to ask a question to the panelists, or you? Okay, fine. Let's proceed very quickly, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Mtambi took words out of my mouth. There is only one place which doesn't tell you lies, and it is the market. Our designs and our designers must also be guided by the market. While we've got the other components, we are talking about our culture, we are talking about this and that, we are talking about color themes, but the marketing must be at the core of why we are designing and what we are designing. Then on the issue of what Dr. Tesfaye said, we really have got work that has already been done, and I think their institution in RP can start coming together, and with Mr. Viswamo here, who is also running our RDS, with the SDSs that are being established in member states. I think the way to get more people qualified and up the ladder, the infrastructure and the systems are already being worked out, and it's not going to be very difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a hand here, and this is going to be the last one on the question I posed to the audience.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think first of all, I think it's a must for me to actually to respond to a question which was posed to me on the mic by ED. Are you supplying to government? Yes, I'm supplying to government. Now, I want to come to the sustainability thing, the point of view that we're talking about here. That is the leather sector going to be so sustainable? The sustainability comes in, as our doctor there said, that there must be a market for our products. Now, the market is there, but the thing that we have got to look at is the positioning of our business. In positioning our business, we are looking at how do we market ourselves? How do we market our products? what do we attend to meet those people that they work by making orders. By making orders, I'm not trying to talk about giving a contract, but commanding departments to do something. Like we're talking about leaders of countries. You know, when you attend to a trade fair, and you make your products that are so attractive, whatever the case, people of influence will stop at your stand. Will come to see what you have exhibited. By so doing, you'll be able, one, if to give a sample to people of influence, whom at one point, if they'll sit down and talk about leather, they'll remember that there's this person who does these things. What have you done? In my case, I'm one of I'm
going to ask you
yes.
to bring it down.
Yes. You know, my company is supplying to an MDA, a government department. Now, it was the pride of the MDA to communicate to the president that they are doing their part in supporting SMEs. Because I tried to make myself, to put my company at a position which could actually attract even the president to visit the stand. So the problem is most of us as SMEs, we don't want to lose a product. We don't want to lose money. We don't want to invest in the products that we are making. But what we want is to get money from these people, yet we don't reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much. I would like to appreciate your thoughts, your passion for the leather sector. Alpi, we want to appreciate you very much. We want to come to the close of this session. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to ask any more, take any more questions. I'm going to ask the panelists to make one quick parting remark based on what the submissions from the audience, but just make it very, very quick. I think for Professor Tamrat, you have a question from Professor on the curriculum. The rest of the panelists, very quickly, wrap it up. Your parting shot, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 certificate program in 6 months certificate program in footwear design and leather good manufacturing. We have 2 BSc programs in laser product engineering, which is mainly for design part, and we have a laser technology for laser chemistry. We have 1 MSc program in laser product design and engineering, and we have 2 PhD program. One is footwear engineering, the other one is laser technology. We have a MOU with Alpi. In this event, we were discussing with Alpi staff members, and we are planning to have a discussion and to design a roadmap in order to maybe have some intervention in the coming future. One of the area of intervention could be industry-based curriculum, developing industry-based curriculum. So maybe in the coming next 10 days, our team members, our experts from Laser and Laser Product Research Center from Ministry of Industry from Ethiopia, and team members from Alpi and team members from our institute will join in Bahir Dar, and they will sit and draft a roadmap for such kind of interventions. And actually, as an institute, we are working closely with industries, manufacturing industries, both tanneries and product industries. Last year alone, we had intervention in 8 industries in Ethiopia, actually. So the first thing that we did was assessing the industry's gap, and finally we intervene to make them competent, especially sustainability-wise. Thank you very much.
you. Thank you. Parting shot.
In any boutique you go, you'll never find any local made shoes because the gap is too different. So let's compete first with the imported product locally. Then we can manage to compete with others. That's all I want to say.
Okay. About what? Oh, what I said. Just I want to say about the design. I said we have a gap in leather. In textile, it's good. We wear almost all Africans. We have a design traditional dresses. So, but on the backs, what I mean is we can follow the trend, international trend, and mix with our technical African technical design. What I mean is, I'm not saying like just only African culture. No, we can mix, we can follow the international trend and mix with a new different, we have different technical design, we Africans, so we can mix with the international new trends. That's what I say.
I'm feeling the pressure for the parting shot. Let me think. I would say, I think I've already hammered a lot about people, planet, profit, and how if we are all thinking about that, we can really make a lot of gains. I just want to say, leverage technology more for everything that has been discussed here, to research other markets, to benchmark competitiveness, to link with a stakeholder. Like now here, we've met a lot of people and we're talking on WhatsApp, that's still digital, to access the markets that are outside. Let's continue to really leverage digital. It's a powerful tool. And the last thing would be stories. More and more stories of the leather. Like you hear the statistics that were being floated here, they're actually shocking, you know? And so we need to have more churn about that, to know. We know a lot of things about markets outside, but we need the outside people to know what it is that we're doing here. And for the leather sector to be taken seriously, we also need to, I would ask the ED to please keep shouting about leather till people see that this is a really important sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that this was a really, really exciting discussion. Join me to appreciate the panelists. And I just have a question, as everybody here was saying what they were saying. Does Alpi have an e-shop for all our people in this network? Do we have an e-shop? I'm just thinking because she said technology. And we have beautiful, I know I'm supposed to buy a bag from her, and she said she can only give it to me after. And I said, how am I going to get it? So I'm just thinking that there is a lot that can be done, and we can tap into both the local and international markets. I know a summary is going to be provided. I can't go back into it. Thank you so much for being patient and for giving us the opportunity to interact with these wonderful people. Thank you.
A round of applause. And Eden, what caught my attention was that is the question of, is there an e-shop? But let me say that this is a very important conversation. You cannot exhaust such a weighty conversation within 3 days. And so I know I've consulted with the IT head that there is going to be a hashtag so that these conversations can continue even on those virtual spaces. Okay, so that's a very good one, and our heartfelt thanks to the panelists. A round of applause for them. Thank you, Dr. Ntamu, for steering that panel very, very well, and thank you to Professor Tamerit for giving those opportunities for people to continue learning. Amasek Naluo. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again. Thanks again. The proceedings, of course, of this 3-day event, as we come towards the close, have been captured very well by the Fourth Estate. I am made to understand that even as you sit here, we have already have publications in the local dailies, Kigali Today, Rwanda, News Time, Tarifa Rwanda, Rwanda Television, and the process continues. We are also going to consolidate some of those proceedings, and I undertake as also an editor and a newsroom person that once we get back home, we are going to put out something around the African leather, and you should be able to see also those stories, Yolanda, that you're talking about in that space. So let me thank you all. I know that we are also going to come back in the afternoon, and when we come back, we're going to, in summary, look at the issues that you have canvassed over the last 3 days, okay? All right, what are they? What are the potential interventions, all right? And finally, who are the potential partners? All those answers coming up after a break for lunch. Give yourselves all a round of applause. And see you here at 2. We're going to get a photo session here before I release my panelists. Members of the media, let's get that in 20 seconds. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for that offer. Distinguished Chair, may I ask that you join us for this photo session? Please, in the middle, so that, yeah. I thank you. 20 seconds, starting now. Countdown. Another 2 seconds remaining. And a round of applause for all of us. We are back at, I'm advised by our team leader that we give you another 20 minutes. So we are back at 2:30. Please help me recover a bit of time. I've lost a bit of time and I take full responsibility. Over now to